Classic. We've got a big day happening here at the Classic. We've got our shows all taking place, and you guys should all have programs. There's a program for the South Bleacher that kind of shows you the Hereford, Charlet, Limousine, and Gelve will be in our South Ring this morning. Want to introduce and recognize your official judge in the South Ring is John McCurry. John is coming back to the Classic. We had him assisting us with our junior show a few years back. He's from Burton, Kansas. His family has been in the registered Angus breed for many generations, and we're very honored to have John working our South Ring today. On the north side of the show ring, we've got our Angus, Simmental, Red Angus, Shorthorn, Maine Anjou, Chianina, and AOB shows happening. Our official judge here on the north side of the ring today is Mark Core. Mark is from Pella, Iowa. Him and his family are involved in the Maine Anjou, Chianina, club calf industry. He travels all across the nation working with youth and judging several shows. So we're very honored to have Mark judging the north show ring today. Also want to recognize we have several students here today from Southeast Community College that are helping us. They'll be helping in the ring, so we want to welcome them here to our show. At this time, it's my pleasure and honor to turn it over to our official announcers today. KRVN, they have been a sponsor here at the Classic for all 29 years, so we appreciate their support. Announcing the South Ring is Susan Littlefield, and announcing the North Ring is Miss Shaylee Peters. Okay, FFA students, let's try and get all congregated in this section here,
well, good morning and welcome to the Nebraska Cattlmens Classic. As we get shows kicked off here this morning, we'll start with our Angus heifers on the north side. In this first class, lot 46, it's MGM Angus. With a birth date 4/13/19, lot 45, Bear Mountain Angus Ranch, birth date 3/26/19. Lot 43, September Farms, birth date 3/4, and lot 42, Schaefer Angus Farm, birth date 3/1. Again, this is our first class of Angus heifers here in the North Ring this morning.
And as we head over to the South Ring, our first class is in for our 2020 Hereford show. These are our horned Herefords. Heifers, the first one in class 1 is lot 33X, born April 1 of 19. And the second one is lot 27, born March 6th of 19.
Crowd. Yep. All right. I have that turned off to me then. So, proceed to talk whatever you want to talk about.
We can just get up here and dance and do something.
Whatever. It's not going to broadcast now. They're not in too big of a hurry to relocate.
Make them all come over here for the picture. Okay, guys, fill in the hole for me. So some of you come on down. We want to get a nice group picture. So fill in your holes down. You guys that are up high, somebody move into those sections so we can get a nice group picture.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful day here to be in Kearney, and a great way to start off our show here with two really high-quality heifer calves. We're going to leave them as they stand, as they come in. I just, for me personally, read a little bit more maternal look to the female, the dark red, really nice marked individual, a female that's really quite a bit looser in terms of her spine. I love her added depth and natural rib shape and dimension going through that rear rib and flank, but a really high-quality, good-looking, really well-balanced individual. No, but no doubt the female in two is a stouter constructed individual. She's really dominating from a muscle perspective. Compared to our class winner, she's a lot more opened up in the top side of her skeleton. Really, really big upper hip in that particular individual. And if muscle's a priority, here's the heifer that fits you well. maybe just don't care for her quite as much today as the way she's developing back through that rear ribbon flank. But again, an awesome pair of heifers to start off your Hereford show.
And congratulations in Class 1, first place, and your Spring Heifer Calf Champion was shown by MCM Polled Herefords. That is Lot 33X. Second is Lot 27, Nelson Herefords, your Reserve Spring Heifer Calf. Entering the ring now will be Class 2, Lot 26, born the 27th of February of 2019.
Well, good morning on the Angus side. It's sure fun to be able to be back here. I think the world of Burnett and what she's done out here and the different things that you're trying and doing to promote the cattle within your state. And so it's just a real pleasure to be able to be here. We've got some different sizes and shapes as we start off our show and some different attitudes at this point in time. If you're around the ring and concerned about attitude, as I said to these people, there's nothing like sale cattle. I'm sure for most of them it's the first time they've hit the ring. And all their opportunities are moving forward in terms of being able to perhaps find a show heifer that will cooperate. The one that starts a class pretty easily in my mind is this young lady's heifer that's circling right here. I just think she's a combination of all of them in terms of balance and profile. Just a really nice, very elite female, sound enough in her structure. She's one that's kind of the right size in my mind for this age, one that's fresh enough in her appearance, but yet has got some stuff to her when you get behind her and just take a look at with the structure and with the base. She's proportionally really good as far as her bone fit in her body, her length aside to her skeletal size. I think all those kinds of things come together really well. If you want one that's just a little bigger perhaps and just in terms of grow and incredibly sound, that's the one that's in second. Really flexible off both ends, long-sided, long-hipped, one that just really gets out and moves extremely well. She's got some depth of body for one that's just a tick larger in her frame size at this point in time. And so I think all those things will balance up real well long term for her. She's just probably, in my mind, and as I compare these two, just maybe not the most sensible in her frame size. But if that's the kind that works for you and that's the kind that you're looking for, there's no holes in that female. Heifer in third, one would say, is most like the class winner, and I think you could switch second and third and be very comfortable with it. I don't know at this point in time, and just partially just her willingness to show, if she's quite as flexible and her angles are quite as good off both ends as the one right ahead of her. But she's deep-ribbed and deep-bodied, big-topped. You get behind her, she's got as much shape as anyone in this particular class. I think as she settles in and gets to be a show heifer and goes out to be a long-term cow, she's sound enough for sure. But we've got to sort them in here, and that's how I see him. But a lot of good to that female, just a real power type of a heifer. One's going to complete the class. She gives up some size at this point in time, but if you're looking for a project and one that's certainly sound enough in her structure, one that's got a pile of shape to her through the center portion of her skeleton, one that's got some bone and foot size, I think all the elements are there for her as she continues to go out and kind of catch up to her contemporaries in this particular class.
In our class two, our Hereford side of the ring, I think we have a single entry here that's just beautifully presented, and I think from a balance perspective, here's a heifer that's awful easy to present too for those projects or kids that are looking for a heifer this time of year. Here's a heifer that's just got so many good things to her from a balance perspective. She's got good, level, and correct in her lines, square off of that hip. She's really maternal in her rib shape and her design, and I love the freshness of her body condition that she comes to as a female that's sure going to last and a really competitive individual. Congratulations.
Bringing it back to the north ring here, coming in at the top of that first class of our Angus heifers, Lot 42, Schaefer Angus Farm. Second, Lot 45, Bear Mountain Angus Ranch. Third, Lot 43, September Farms. And rounding out that class, Lot 46, MGM Angus. We now bring in our second class featuring some February 19 heifers. Lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Lot 40, Morgan Ehlers. Lot 39, O'Neill Angus Farm. Lot 38, Nelson Angus. Lot 37, Detlef's Angus Ranch. And Lot 36, JR Cattle Company. Again, this is class 2 of our Angus heifers here in the North Ring.
Okay, good morning and welcome to all of our FFA students. We've got a fun day for you. I'm going to introduce some people that are going to be with you all day here. George Dan is on the classic board. Doug Kaiser, Lance Hayner, Megan Collins, where are you hiding? Megan. Those are kind of your go-to people. So advisors and students, if you've got any questions on today, talk to those 4 individuals. They'll guide you through the day. You'll have some free time today. You're going to get given kind of your task. Remember, we're going to give you a question, and you're going to go out and learn about that question here at the Classic. No cell phones. Today is all about face-to-face communication. We want you meeting the cattlemen that are here, the sponsors that are here, engage in conversation, gather your information through your question from people here at the Classic, okay? 11 o'clock, you're going to go over to the extension building for lunch and a great program. So at this time, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce you to your speaker today, and she's going to give you your topic for today. Miss Amanda Radke, she's coming to you from the Beef Magazine. Her and her husband are actually limousine consigners here at the Classic, so let's put our hands together and welcome Amanda here to Nebraska.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm excited to work with you guys during our workshop at 11 o'clock, where we're going to be talking about agricultural advocacy and social media branding and ways that you guys can start shaping your future in agriculture. And one of the things I want you to focus on this morning is starting to explore some of these ag careers that are available. And so as you walk around, visit with the trade show folks, come and visit with the producers out in the tie-out area, watch a little bit of the show, and ask the big important question today that I want you guys to research. And that is, what is the biggest issue or challenge facing the beef industry today? So with so many opportunities in the beef industry, I think it's important to know the highs and the lows. And so I want you guys to really ask that of those folks that you visit with today and start developing your thoughts on that topic for your mini speeches that you'll give later this afternoon. So look forward to talking to you guys more at 11 o'clock.
Great. Go have fun. You'll hear from Amanda today at 11 o'clock at the Extension Building.
We're here in the Horned Hereford division in the ring. We're selecting our last division champion here, and another single entry. A really, really long spine, really extended individual. Got a really long, nice, neat neck in her that lays smooth into the point of her shoulder. She's so extended from there back and correct off of her hip and off of her hind leg. Stands down with a little added substance and stoutness of structure right there at the ground. A really nice automatic champion. Congratulations.
Bring you back to the Hereford show that is underway. Class 2 was lot 26, William Lindstrom, and that was first the junior heifer calf. And Class 3 is lot 25, Diamond Ring Ranch. They're bringing him in now for the selection of your champion, Horned Hereford female.
We do want to remind everybody, you know, the schedule's different this year at the Classic. So as you're watching the females here, remember the females will sell on Friday. So make sure you're studying your catalog. studying the schedule. And wow, what a lot of opportunities for our juniors and our youth. Also want to remind you, take and buy one of these heifers, enroll in the Nebraska Cattlmens Classic Scholarship Program, and the Nebraska Cattlmens Classic is presenting over $15,000 back to boys and girls that buy their heifers or their steers here at the Classic. And there's 3 age divisions. There's a junior division for the 8 to 11-year-olds, the intermediate division, and then the senior division. So keep all of those opportunities in mind today when you're watching the females show.
Over here in the South Ring, selecting our champion and reserve horn females. I think you got 3 class winners and a second that are all extremely nice. For me, the decision comes down to between these 2 spring calves, and I think that decision is awful close. I'll tell you a few things I see. The heifer, the dark red, really conservatively marked individuals, really long spined, a female that's, again, fresh in terms of her condition, love her balance. A female maybe not quite as strong right in behind her shoulders in terms of her top line. A female that's maybe just wants to be just a little more restricted right there in the rear pasture. And I know this is probably her rookie outing, and that's a trait that can easily be overcome as time goes on down the road. Another beautifully presented, very good balanced individual here that comes out of their next division. Maybe a female that's a little more conservative in her future growth and kind, and I love that added boldness of her rib and that added depth through her flank. She's going to be your champion. The young man up here is going to be her reserve. Congratulations.
On the Angus side, I've not placed these yet. I guess we'll bring a little of the excitement of the pig show ring to the cattle side. But I just think for those of you, and as we think about a show and a sale, I wanted to get these 2 out here and talk about them because both of these heifers do so many things so well. And one of these perhaps will be the best at the end. And I'm not sure I'm smart enough to figure that out between the 2. And you get the opportunity to show what works within your particular operation, whether you're going to buy a show heifer or you're trying to get a brood cow scenario put together. And so I just thought it was good to bring these 2 out here, and I'll talk about them, and then I'll tell you at least which one is going to win the show today. The beauty of a Supreme Champion drive is it puts a little more decision perhaps in a class like this, and then we'll have more good cattle come along. But if it wasn't, I'd just say, hey, they'll figure it out no matter how I place them in terms of which one works for them. The young man with the hat here, as I talk about this particular heifer, her advantages of the 2, I think, are moderation, forerib shape, width of chest, and how she carries that back into her flank. She's one that profiles really nice, really up-headed, and comes out of the top of her shoulder really well up into her head and her neck. That front 1/3 of her body is just really attractive. She carries that back to an adequate forechest, and how she comes back into the center part of her skeleton. I tell you what, both of these females have got a good amount of natural shape to them. They're good up high. They're good in the center lower portion of their stifle. They truly do have product to them, and yet they're good-looking females that are sound in their structure. And so again, this one's advantages are depth of body and the conservative frame size as I compare that to the young ladies that stands behind. Now this heifer, it's elite in terms of head and neck and extension, all the way up from her pole, back through her spine, and back out through her hip. That's as long and extended and attractive as you could possibly get one. She's a good amount of bone and a good amount of foot size. She too gets out and moves extremely well off both ends. So all those things are just elite, and they're attractive, and their upside of that is incredible. Her challenge of her as I compare her to the one that stands out in front, if she's got just as much natural width at chest floor, does she have as much forerib, does she have as much depth of body in relation to that skeletal size today as the one that's right ahead of her? That's the one that my wife would take home and have a heyday with from a feed perspective and a maturity, and be able to manage that one from a show heifer perspective, and I think just be incredible. But that's how I see the 2. I'm going to probably take the safe bet today and go with the one that the young man has got here and just take this kind of body shape and doability and conservative frame size. He'll win the class. Young lady did a great job of showing. Will be second. You can go ahead and lead those out. The heifer in third here is a big bone, long bodied, big top, big ended one for sure. All kinds of mass and product in this particular heifer. Not a great attitude yet, but I'm sure that'll be perfectly fine once she shows the second time in her life. But boy, you just have to appreciate the mass and power and the length of body that this one has got. Maybe not quite as attractive or as hairy, perhaps, is part of it as the two that are right ahead of her. But she's sound structured, she's long-sided, she's big-boned and big-muscled. The one that comes out here, we switch gears again to a little more moderation, but that's fine. I think the doability, this heifer is really good in the front 1/3 of her body. She's got some forerib shape and some depth of body. Not as extended, perhaps, as the ones that were the couple places ahead of her today in this particular show. But you want to go grab one that doesn't have any holes that you can manage real easily and is going to make a good long-term brood cow. That's how they need to be built. So good animal for sure. Next one comes out as wide-middled as anyone in this particular class. She expands behind her shoulder into a monster big rib. She's big-topped and big-ended. Perhaps doesn't today pull herself together in terms of balance and symmetry from the side as some of the others, but all the pieces and parts are there for her to settle in and really be a nice project and to be a good brood cow. The lady's going to complete the class, a real feminine one, flat-shouldered, flat-jointed, and good in terms of muscle shape for a female. I think all those things help her kind of blend everything together really well from end to end. So nice class of Angus females. I think from top to bottom, a lot of really good heifers. Top two are really close.
Welcome back to the south side of the arena as we continue with our Hereford show. Here's the results of your horned heifers. Your champion would be lot number 26, Melina Lindstrom, again born the 27th of February 2019. And your reserve champion, horned Hereford female, comes out of the first class, lot 33X, MCM polled Herefords, born April 1st of 2019. We've moved on to the bulls. This is class 4 in the ring, lot 9. Morgan Cattle Partners, born the 4th of April, and lot number 8, Diamond Ring Ranch, born March 12th.
Two really exceptional bull calves here in the ring at the time. I think, and it is subtle differences that sort the two. I think you get to weighing out the options. I think the bigger, stouter, longer, higher performing bull here needs to win. I think a bull that's a little more relaxed in terms of his top line, in terms of his structural integrity. He's awful big, stout, powerful right there as he leaves you in the upper hip. A bull that I think handles his rear hip and hock and very well in terms of his motion and move on the go. Would like to maybe make him more even in terms of his color, of his testicular development, but that's being awful picky of a really high-performing good bull calf. And I think the bull that hits you really hard from a balance perspective is the little skirt bull here that's in 2, an individual that's really bold in terms of his rib, really stout and powerfully constructed on the top side of his skeleton again. I think it's, again, the little things, maybe not quite as full and deep and easy doing, in his heart. Bull that maybe doesn't want to handle his hip and hind leg, and again, some of that being just the way he's handling the halter today out here on his rookie event to town. But a bull that we really appreciate his boldness of rib, his stoutness of muscle, and again, his uniformity in terms of his testicular descent and color. Again, a really high quality pair of bull calves.
Results from that second class of Angus heifers here in the North Ring. Class 2, coming in at the top, lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Second, lot 38, Nelson Angus. Third, lot 39, O'Neill Angus Farm. Fourth, lot 36, JR Cattle Company. Fifth, lot 37, Detless Angus Ranch. And sixth, rounding out that class, lot 40, Morgan Ehlers. We now have class 3, featuring January 19 heifers, featuring lot 35, Morgan Ehlers, and lot 33X, 11 Mill Iron Ranch.
You got a perfect voice for that.
And here's your results from the south side as we finish with class number 4. First, we'll go to lot number 8, Diamond Ring Ranch, and second is to lot 9, Morgan Cattle Partners. They will also be your spring and reserve for these spring bull calves.
I really like the voices they've got on the mic. Makes me look bad. So in an Angus side here, the one that we're going to start with is just the most balanced of the two. Two very good females, just really kind of brood cow in their look, kind of no holes in terms of structure, in terms of size and doability. Good attitude type of a cattle, and so that's fun as well. But the one we're going to start with, I think, just has got a little more show ring appeal, probably just a little more bone and power from end to end, and just balances up a little better in her top line and back out through her hip. But a good practical animal that, again, there's just really nothing about that heifer you immediately look at and say, I'm not sure I can, that will get better over time. Just everything is really complete. A young lady here in second, a lot like the one that's ahead, and perhaps not as quite as sharp and crisp in her lines as our class winner, but certainly rib shape, sensibility of frame size. You get behind the heifer, she is not narrow base. She's good in terms of width of muscle, good in terms of width of base. Again, all those things fit together very well for her.
In the ring now will be your Class 5. Class 5 includes lot number 7 from Diamond Ring Ranch, born 224.19, and lot 6 from VR Bar Land and Cattle is 221.19. Again, Class 5 is in the ring on the south side.
We bring those heifers back in now from classes 1, 2, and 3 for selection of our junior heifer calf champion and reserve junior heifer calf champion. From class 1, we'll bring back lot 42, Schaefer Angus Farm. Lot 45, Bear Mountain Angus Ranch. From that second class, lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Lot 38, Nelson Angus. And from class 3, lot 33X, 11 Mill Iron Ranch, which took the top of that third class. And lot 35, Morgan Ehlers, taking second in that third class. Again, this is for selection of junior heifer calf champion.
Over here on the Horned Hereford side, another really high quality pair of bulls to evaluate, and I think these two just represent two total different vast sectors of the industry in terms of their type and kind. The bull we're going to use today to win would be the bigger, longer, outlined version of the two, and I'm not necessarily saying that's my kind. I just think it's the other parts of him that go together a little better. I think a bull, again, a little more relaxed in his top line, but more critically in my mind is just the way he's more correct and square and level from hooks to pins, and the way he wants to handle his hip and hock down to the ground in terms of his pasterns. Would love to add the lower rib shape and doability and just fleshing ability of our second place bull into our class winner, and I think that's just the difference, and that's where this bull shines. A bull that's really robust in terms of his center body width and dimension, has plenty of muscle to go with that. Really appreciate his added masculinity up through that front 1/3. My issue with him is, it doesn't help his tail, and that's not his fault. We all know with the winter we came through last year, but a bull that just maybe doesn't want to handle his hock right there at the ground, maybe wants to get just a nickel up in terms of his pastern, but a huge testicle bull that's really conservative in terms of his markings. Love his added moderation and doability, a really high quality pair of bull calves again.
Your results of Class 5. First will go to Lot 7, Diamond Ring Ranch, and second will go to Lot 6, VR Bar Land and Cattle. Lot 7 will be your junior bull calf champion, and Lot 6 will be your reserve champion. Set to enter the ring here shortly will be Class 6, Lot 4, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born 12/5 of 18.
test. Just a single entry in this fall senior division. A really big outline growthy individual, a bull that's, as we want to say, maybe a little more age advantaged to go out and do a little harder work in terms of covering some cows. Comes to us really fresh in terms of his condition, really flexible in terms of his structural integrity. Maybe not near the lower muscle shape in some of the bulls we've seen previously, but a bull that's really long and extended and sound as he goes. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Well, excuse me, on the Angus side, as we get ready for this division within the Angus breed, really, I would say, an exciting selection here for those of you that are here today in Kearney to try to find an Angus heifer to take home for whatever that purpose may be. You look at all these class winners and seconds, they're really high quality cattle. I think it's been fun to see ones that are structurally correct, so that we know that is kind of ruled out in terms of a challenge long term of these class winners and the seconds. And then it's about what kind of type, or you know the genetic makeup of these, I don't, and so which ones perhaps fit within what you're trying to do, whatever that may be. I'll talk about these three class winners quick because I think it's close for sure. Our second class, which happens to be the one that's out front here, she's our lead heifer for the stubborn one that was in second. But if this one's big enough for you, she puts everything else together extremely well. As I compare her to the one that's right behind her, I think she's pulled together a little better up front, and she comes down and meets the surface more parallel to her spine. As we look at how she comes out of her knee and meets the surface, I think she's a little bigger boned than the one that's right behind her. She doesn't perhaps carry herself right behind the top of her shoulder down into her spine as even and level as the one that's right behind her, but perhaps she's just a little kind of thinner necked and smaller headed up into the front 1/3 of her body, but a good amount of muscle shape, a good amount of body for sure. The one that's right behind her of these two kind of big bodied ones, you know, she does a lot of things extremely well. She's not as elite and clean up through her neck, but from a practicality perspective, she does everything else really well, really level in her forerib and carries that back into her flank. You know, very nice, and certainly got some dimension, muscle dimension when you get behind her. A little finer boned, perhaps. And I don't know if she's quite as long and flexible in her pastern, but she's certainly sound enough. She'll never get beat at a show, that being the primary reason, I guarantee you. She's very, very solid from that perspective. But that's how I see those two. The one that wins our third class, as we talked about her, bone and power and shape and length of body, all those things are just really elite for this particular female. Is she quite as attractive, maybe quite as haired up and presented as the two that's right ahead of her? No. But just from a practicality, no holes type of a scenario, she does those things very well. So again, I think it's really, really close here for champion. I think there's three heifers out here that you could get very comfortable with, but perhaps the one that does the most good things to me in terms of from the surface up and proportionality being very consistent is the one out of our second class, the young man in the hat here. So congratulations.
Three really outstanding 2-year-olds here to conclude your Horned Hereford show and this last particular division. To keep it short, we're just going to leave them as they come in. And I think, to me, the pair is the two bulls down here. If you wanted to switch something, and I'll tell you why I like them the way they are. The gentleman's bull here that's going to be our class winner here on the east wall, a bull that's really, I appreciate his added moderation and his size. A bull, I think, in terms of just being a cow maker and sensible. In terms of his moderation, to me, his advantages lie at the ground. He's a bull that's a little more correct in terms of the way he fills his tracks. I love the fact that he toes straight. He's really flexible, wants to pick up both his knee and his hock as he goes. A bull that's super sound. I appreciate the fact that condition, all the three of these bulls come to us. More than likely, these bulls have seen some cows here and just to stay fresh in that particular condition. The bull in 2 is undoubtedly stouter structured from both a muscle and bone standpoint. He's bigger and bolder right there in behind his shoulders in just terms of his true muscle shape over his loin edge, and definitely as you view him from his hooks to his pins, right there in behind him in just terms of overall muscle shape. Goes to the ground with a lot more authority and just sheer power and substance of muscle and bone. But again, a bull, I think, as he goes, I'm not telling you he's unsound. He's just not as effectively fills his tracks like our class winner. I think both those bulls are really comparable, are really high quality. The bull that comes in 3 is a little bigger, longer outlined individual, comes at the expense of maybe just not near the red meat and muscle and power of the 2 class winners in this particular drive. But again, bulls that are sure going to go out and cover cows. We appreciate these exhibitors taking the time and effort to bring us some age advantage bulls. Congratulations.
Here's your results of Class 6. Lot number 4, the Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born the 5th of December 2018, will also be your senior bull calf champion. Then out of Class 7, first is to Lot 3, Nelson Herefords, born 3/4/18. Second is Lot 2, Nelson Herefords, born 2/22/18. And your third place is Lot 1, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born January 18th of 18.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion in your heifer Angus. Your Angus heifers this morning. Lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company taking that. Reserve grand champion junior heifer Lot 42, Schaefer Angus Farm. We now bring in our senior heifer. This is Class 4, featuring Lot 32, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company and LZ Farms. This features an October 2018 heifer.
To enter the ring now will be your selection of your champion horned Hereford bull and your reserve champion. Representing from the spring bull calf champion will be Lot 8. Your reserve is Lot 9. Junior bull calf champion is Lot 7 with reserve Lot 6. Senior bull calf champion is Lot 4. And your yearling bull champion, Lot 3 with reserve yearling bull Lot 2.
Well, just one Angus here in the fall division, but a good one for sure. Of the cattle we've seen today, I think she's the one that's got the biggest bone and the biggest foot underneath of her, but yet with all that mass and shape she's got down low and up high, she's able to bring that together in a very sound package, a very attractive package. Got enough length of side, I think enough length of hip. You know, what size she is for that age, that's your call. But boy, that's an awful complete, well-balanced power cow that's still sound structured. It'll be fun to see her out here in the final drive. So congratulations, young man. Nice female.
Again, Class 4 of that senior heifer and your senior heifer champion, Lot 32, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, LZ Farms, with that October 2018 heifer. We will now bring back in our junior heifer calf champion, reserve junior heifer calf champion, again featuring Lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, and Lot 42, Schaefer Angus Farm, for selection of your grand champion Angus female and reserve grand champion.
On our Hereford side of the show ring, as we're analyzing and watching our final drive on our horned Hereford bull, want to remind everybody the bulls will sell on Thursday here at the Classic. So bull sale will be tomorrow. The bull sale will start right at noon. So make sure you're studying your catalog and looking at the schedule here for the Classic.
what a great way to start this morning with our Angus female show. It's just been really, really good. And as I said earlier, those of you around the ring that come here to buy one, you got to study your lesson, and you got to do what is comfortable for you. I've always said in our particular operation, when our girls were showing and we were building a cow herd, we were the only ones that could really select cattle that would ever work for us. Not because our eye was better, it's just every operation has something different and unique that makes sense for them. Whether we're buying show heifers or cows or show heifers and then cows, we all handle things differently. We're in different environments. Our feeding regime, our endpoint in terms of where we want to show them, those are all different. And so it's irrelevant about how I've selected these cattle. What's relevant is genetically what makes sense to you, phenotypically what makes sense to you, and maybe just as importantly, which one of these operations do you want to partner up with, with your purchase. I'm convinced that that's as critical, particularly for your young people, as ultimate selection of quality cattle. Which ones of these families or which one of these breeders are going to help our young people compete in the right way, help our young people get better at what they do, and how do we want to develop friendships and relationships long term. So there's a lot of things going on there, and then, budget comes into there as well, and certainly we understand that. Well, we get down to our our spring calf division and our fall division. I've talked about these cattle enough. These two heifers look pretty similar in terms of moderation of frame size. The heifer that comes out of our calf division is probably a little longer sided in relation to her skeletal size than the one that's right behind her. For sure, and certainly one, as we've talked about, just does everything from forward to rear extremely well and very sound. If we could just change her right in her top line, we make that one even better. The one that comes out of our fall division, we talked about her. I love looking at these older cattle. A lot more falls being shown in Iowa and around the country because of the advantage they give you maybe in just maturity and a little less risk in terms of their projection. But she's the big bone, big footed one that's massively built, that's still attractive enough in her look, just true cow power. So let's give both of these exhibitors, or all three of these exhibitors, a round of applause, and we'll find you a champion Angus female.
Over here on your Hereford side and selection of your champion bull, and again, I think to reiterate what he's saying over there on the Angus side, I don't know the genetic values of these cattle. I don't know the pedigrees of these bulls, and then maybe their breeding intentions. And again, better yet, just the producers behind them and the programs that you're going to be investing in terms of your genetic supplier. But I do know the bulls that are in front of me in terms of evaluating their kind. And I think you got 4 exceptionally good Hereford bulls out here, and there are actually 7 of them in the show ring at the moment. I'll show you the 2 that I like, and I think to me it's just simple to come out here and cut and dry. Is the bull calf down here, lot 8. Your calf champion is going to be your champion individual from a performance and length and balance situation. A bull that's really bold and soft in his rib and fresh in his condition, and to have that much substance and power and still get out and go with that much structural integrity, and an easy champion in my mind. Congratulations, young man. Lot 9, the spring bull calf down here comes into contention, and I think it is close for reserve between him and the 2-year-old that come out of the last division. Our calf, a really bold ribbed, a little more moderate than our champion. A bull that we really appreciate. The young man's done a great job of getting him presented. For me personally, I'm going to come back and grab your 2-year-old. I think kind of a flawless individual in terms of his structure, his muscle, his balance. Again, congratulations to these exhibitors one more time. Lot 3 will be your reserve champion.
Bringing it back here to the North Ring, congratulations to Lot 32, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, LZ Farms. They are your grand champion, Angus female, at the 2020 Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. Reserve grand champion going to Lot 41, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Handing out awards to our Angus females, grand champion and reserve, Purina, as well as your Angus queen, Kyra Meyer.
Here's your results from the south side as your selection of your champion Horn Hereford bull will go to lot 8. That came out of class 4. That is Diamond Ring Ranch, born March 12th of 19. And your reserve champion horned Hereford bull is Lot 3 out of Class 7, Nelson Herefords, born on March 4th of 18.
We now move right into our Angus Bull Show. We'll kick this off with Class 5 featuring Lot 31, O'Neill Angus Farm. Lot 30, Spencer Hovde. Lot 28, Schaefer Angus Farm. And Lot 25X, Nelson Angus. This features an April and March bulls from 2019.
As we look at the south side, I think this has probably got to be the cutest exhibitor we have had and probably will have all of Cattlmens Classic. Bringing in now for our polled heifers. And Class 1, this is Lot 38 from Windmill Livestock. Born 7/3/19.
A reminder in our north ring here, north and south ring, as we work through our shows today, a shout out to our sponsors, Platte Valley Auto, Lexington and Kearney, Purina, Aurora Cooperative, Cunningham's Journal, Corteva, and Biozyme. Also Heartland, Platte Valley Auto, Pony Express, Gothenburg, Nebraska. If you have a chance, stop by and thank them. They are our sponsors throughout the show. We continue on here again in the north ring with our first class, Class 5 of Angus Bulls.
Over here in the Hereford side, as they had said, our cuteness overload and the father of two girls, I get this right here, and this is for those of you looking for a beginner heifer. All the homework's been done, and this young lady's putting on a showmanship to clinic to go with it. Just a beautiful heifer calf here, a way to start off our polled heifer show. And again, for those maybe interested in something down the road, or even this particular year, excuse me, to get going, this young lady's got this heifer broke to the nines. Congratulations.
In Class 1, Lot 38 was shown by Windmill Livestock. That'll be your late summer heifer calf champion. Entry now will be Class 2. Class 2 is Lot 37 from VR Bar Land and Cattle, 5/12/19.
Our judge joining us in the north ring this morning is Mark Poor from Pleasantville, Iowa. He's a co-owner of Boyert Core, a multi-breed cow-calf operation focused primarily on Angus, Charolais, Simmental, Maine, and Hereford cattle. Also serves as an executive vice president of Vermeer Corporation in Pella, Iowa. Again, he is our judge here in the north ring throughout today.
Well, a really nice class of Angus bulls, and I think an elite one to start off this particular class. And my wife always gets on me for showing my cards way too early, so there might be better ones that show up, and that'll be fun to take a look at, because this one is awful good. He's big boned, and he's big footed, and he's rib shape, his width through the center portion of his skeleton, the turn and the width of his loin, and how he carries that back to his pin bone is awful impressive. He gets out and moves really well. his testicle size and shape, formation is all very good. And so I think this is a kind of bull, a young bull, but a bull that does it right in terms of growth. I think his kind of ultimate frame size and doability is really good. I think a combination of practicality and show just hit the ring here with this bull. So it'll be fun, again, to see when we get him back in with the other class winners as we go through your show. Second and third is a little closer to me. This bull here is a little shorter bodied, perhaps. Maybe not quite as much grow as the one that's right behind him. But I like his rib shape. I like his base width. I like his muscle dimension. And I think as I get behind him, I just see a tick more shape and just maybe a little more flexibility from his rear two than I do the one and third. Now, the one and third, I think that's a herd bull. He's got some extension to him. He's got some size. I think that's the kind of bull that's going to get out and get the work done that a bull needs to accomplish. Not as much muscle mass, not as much bone, but maybe that's your herd bull that gets you some calving ease based on his design and does just a lot of really good things for you. The one that's going to complete the class just doesn't have maybe the depth of body at this point in time. He's greener in his makeup. I'm sure that's the kind of bull that you take home, and every day you look a little smarter when you go out to feed him, because maturity will help that bull kind of just come together in a complete package a little more than he looks today. So I think his upside is as high in terms of just sheer change when you get him home as anyone in the class. He's just not as powerful as our ones at the top at this point. But a good class, a really nice one to start with.
Another single entry over here on the heifer side of the Hereford show. Female, really robust and maternal in her center portion of her body in terms of her just overall spring and depth of rib. Female maybe would like to tidy up through her front 1/3 just in the way she's made through the base of her neck and her jowl and her chest. Female maybe look to be just a nickel more coordinated in the set and travel off of her hind leg. But again, a female that's really functional in her kind, awful young. Really, again, a female comes to us in a beautiful condition to go forward for any exhibitor wanting to go on down the road. Congratulations.
Bringing it back here to the North Ring, results of that first class of Angus bulls. Coming in at the top, lot 25X, Nelson Angus. Second, lot 28, Schaefer Angus Farm. Third, lot 30, Spencer Hovey. And fourth, lot 31, O'Neill Angus Farms. We now have our second class, class 6 of Angus bulls, featuring lot 26, Hidden Valley Angus. Lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. And lot 23, Noble Farm. These are February 19 bulls.
As we continue on with the polled heifer show, the results of Class 2, Lot 37, shown by VR Bar Land and Cattle. Momentarily, Class 3 will be entering the ring. This will be Lot 36, Dana Polled Herefords, born the 18th of April 2019, and Lot 34, Dana Polled Herefords, April 14th, 2019. Again, Class 3 is now entering the ring. Thanks and a big shout out to the work being done by Southeast Community College students who are here this week to continue to help to keep the ring moving and, most importantly, the ring clean.
Dang it, I knew I spoke too soon. We've got another really elite one that comes out of this class, but all three of these bulls have some attributes that you have to appreciate. And I think if you're looking for a bull, there are things with all three of these that certainly would be intriguing and attractive for a purchase decision. But the one we're starting with, you know, he's well managed for sure, and he's in good condition, and he's nicely presented. And so those are the kind of things that we see that we have to appreciate. But a long-necked rascal, got enough extension to his spine and back out through his hip, one that's got some forerib shape and some width through the center portion of his skeleton. He's not as massive in the lower 1/3 of his body in terms of bone and foot, perhaps, but good enough in his scrotal, big muscled, big topped, awful nice one to start the class off with. Young lady in second, I like your bull. And you got beat today in this particular class by, as I said, a really elite one. But you've got a bull that's sound structured. You got a bull that's really level from forerib back to flank. You got a calf that's got enough muscle shape to him. He's got enough attractiveness, and he's got enough size, I think, to be a herd bull. Jack-necked, good looking, got some product to him, really nice calf. Perhaps the biggest testicle bull is the one that we're going to finish the class off with. Not as long and extended, but practical sized. Got some depth of body, got some look, and got enough shape to him. I think he comes together in a real attractive package as well. So a good class of Angus bulls.
On the Hereford heifer side of the ring here, I think females that both come from the same exhibitor, and appreciate them bringing two heifers out, and I think a little bit different in terms of their offering to certain buyer groups. I think the female that to me dominates the pair in terms of just sheer the muscle mass, dimension, length, performance, and to combine that with probably a little more correctness in terms of structural integrity is a heifer down here on the east end. A heifer that's really extended from her shoulders forward, really comes into the nice maternal shape to the boldness of her rib, but leaves this more powerfully constructed square from hooks to pins down on a more attractive set to her hock and down to the ground. And as she goes, she just got more flexibility in terms of having the ability to pick up her hock and plant that rear foot. Female I like quite well. The heifer in 2 is definitely really feminine in terms of her build. She's really, starts right there at her face and her head, lays in there in her neck, being really flat, and her shoulders smooth into her body. But then again, it maybe works to her disadvantage, and that rear third of her body just doesn't have near the stoutness, power, dimension, and substance. She leaves you right there in terms of muscle and power at the ground. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Over here in the north ring, that class 6 of Angus bulls coming in at the top, lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Second, lot 26, Hidden Valley Angus. And third, lot 23, Noble Farm. We now have class 7 of our Angus bulls. This features February 19 Angus bulls. Lot 22, Groth Angus. Lot 21, Detlefs Angus Ranch. Lot 20, Running J Angus Ranch. Lot 19, Tags Show Cattle. And lot 18, Holman Angus. Again, this is class 7 of your Angus bulls.
We head back over now to the south side as a wrap-up of Class 3. Your first will go to Lot 36, Dana Polled Herefords, and Lot 34 in second, Dana Polled Herefords. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of your Polled Heifers. This is Lot 32, Shooty & Sons, born 323-19. Lot 31, Keller Cattle Company, 315-19. And Lot 30 is Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, 310-19. Again, entering the ring now is Class 4.
lady here that's got the really dark red heifer, had been one of our queen or princesses here this morning, kind of doing a double roll. It's got a really dominant class winner in my mind in this particular trio. I think she's the combination heifer. I love that added femininity and that look about her head and the shape of her neck, the boldness and depth of her rib, and a female that's really correct off of her hip and off her hind leg. I think female that dominates quite well. No doubt the heifer in two, the Gentleman's, has really got her from a length and extension, just sheer performance standpoint. But a female that just, again, wants to fall a little flat right there in behind her shoulders, through her rib, and in behind her, just to have that maybe desired extra muscle shape and dimension at the ground compared to our class winner. Really an attractively built heifer, I think, that's got the long road built and youthful in her kind, and one of those that a guy can take forward and home and just go put the coals to her and stand on the gas. From a feeding perspective, a female that's only got beautiful days ahead of her because all the pieces are there. Today she's just entirely too green and just not near enough performance weight per day of age to compare with either of those individuals above her, but a beautifully fronted individual that's really long spined and really correct off of her hip and hind leg. Just need to see more of her today to compete with those two nice individuals ahead of her.
Momentarily, we'll be bringing in for the Spring Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve your results of Class 4. First, we'll go to Lot 32, Shooty and Sons. Second is Lot 30, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company. And third to Lot 31, Keller Cattle Company. Entering the ring now will be out of Class 2. You'll be Lot 37, VR Bar Land and Cattle. Class 3, Lot 36, Dana Polled Herefords. And Class 4, Lot 32, Shooty and Sons.
Well, I would say bull buyers, this is a class that just erase how they placed and pick the bull that you like, because we got so much difference and variation in here. I think you can use any of these top 2 or 3 bulls to win the class and go from there. And so the bull that, as I get him out and move, he doesn't want to stand like maybe I'd like to see up front, but I get him out and move him. I think he's a combination bull that can move well, got some muscle dimension, got some attractiveness, got some frame size. I think all those things just kind of come together really well for him in this particular class. And yeah, I think he's a bull that as he kind of deepens up and doesn't look like he's been overmanaged, he's been kind of built to be a bull that's going to get to where he needs to be by the time you turn him out. And so I just think a really nice, good, useful combination bull, to start the class off with. The bull that puzzles me is the one that's in second, and maybe he goes first, maybe he goes third. Biggest top, biggest middle, biggest ended one in this particular class. Just probably needs to free up a little bit on both ends to get him up here to win the class. But if I'm looking for moderation and power and product and body shape and doability, then I've got a nice package here in the 19 bull that's going to be in second. The third bull that comes out, you could argue this bull as well. He's big bone, he's big footed, a bull that's got some length to him for sure, a bull that's got some frame size. At times, he wanted to get maybe a little awkward out of his front end when I would see him stand, and I'm not sure he's got quite as much width or shape. But boy, that one is just really solid as far as massiveness down low, length of body, all those things come together, scrotal, with the structure when you see him from behind. The one that comes out here in fourth, I think of the 2 remaining bulls. Both of these bulls are a little greener in their type. I look at these bulls and say they're built like they would be heifer calving type of bulls that are flat shouldered and flat jointed, but yet got some attractiveness to them. They just don't have maybe quite the boldness and the power of some of them that we had to use towards the top of the class, but they're sound structured. And again, they're flat made in the right places. I certainly think they've got some unique uses for them as well. So nice class of bulls, lots of variation from top to bottom.
Over here in the selection of our Hereford side of heifer calf, the champion. I got 3 class winners out here, and again, 3 different cattle built by 3 different molds. The female that comes out of our first class, we talked about her, probably love her as much in terms of her center body width, their center third of her body, this in terms of her boldness of her rib at the outside of her skeleton. The female that's really deep in terms of her, or just her bold, overall rib shape. Female we would like to change and tweak ever so slightly on each of the ends. I think a heifer that's got a world of future and growth and potential, and the female that comes out of our second class, she's so greener to condition, but she's just so extended and long and fresh through that front 1/3. She's really sound, structured as she goes, really correct in the terms of her top side of her skeleton. Maybe not the rib depth and shape of the females on either side of her, but a female that offers a lot of look and a lot of product with some extra structural integrity to go with it. The heifer out of her third class, super maternal in her kind, just beautiful in terms of her head shape and design. Comes back into that center portion of her body with as much explosion in terms of her rib shape. A female that's really athletic as she goes. She's going to be your calf champion, the young lady in the red. We're going to come back and use the heifer out of class 2 in this particular division to be your reserve. Give these ladies a big round of applause.
Results from that last class of Angus bulls, class 7, coming in at the top, lot 39, tags show cattle. Second, lot 18, Holman Angus. Third, lot 22, Growth Angus. Fourth, lot 21, Detlefs Angus Ranch. And fifth, lot 20, Redding J Angus Ranch. In the ring now, we've got class 8 of Angus bulls featuring late January 2019 bulls. Lot 17 tags show cattle, and lot 13 and 12, Morgan Ehlers.
Your results of your spring heifer calf champion for the polled heifers comes out lot 32. That would be out of class 4, Shooty and Sons. And your reserve spring heifer calf champion is lot 36. That would come out of class 3, Dana polled Herefords. Entering the ring now will be class 5, lot 29, Remington Ranch, 220 of 19, and lot 28. KQM show cattle, 1 of 19.
Well, on the Angus side, certainly another good class of bulls, but the one that soars to the top as we compare him to his two contemporaries that are second and third, he's just got an advantage in bone and power and balance, and that's it. I mean, he just comes together really well. He's got power down low, he's got power up high, and yeah, he's certainly been managed probably more aggressively than those two. And so some of the eliteness we see in this particular class is condition and presentation, but we peel that down and we take a look at this bull, and he's just really nice from end to end, young man. You need to be proud of that bull. I think that one can do some people a lot of good. Our second and third bulls, I think you could go back and forth with them. I think there's just a little more bone. There's a little more foot shape and type and volume in this particular calf. I think muscle's pretty similar. But I think, and I think these are kind of from the same ranch, I think you have to appreciate these kind of smooth-shouldered, long-sided, sound-structured kind of bulls that, as I mentioned earlier, you want to buy one that, you know, every day you go out, you look a little smarter. If you want to go into the house and tell your spouse you got the best buy in Kearney because they look so much better than the day you bought them, these are the kind of bulls that I'm sure will do that. Because they're so green in their kind, but they're good in their basic build.
Results from Class 8 of those Angus bulls. At the top, Lot 17, tags show cattle. Second, Lot 12, Morgan Ehlers. And third, Lot 13, also Morgan Ehlers. We now bring in our early January 2019 Angus bulls. Class 9 featuring Lot 10, 11 Mill Iron Ranch, Lot 9, Growth Angus, and Lot 7X, O'Neill Angus Farm.
To me, this is probably the closest decision, young lady, you'll be first if you want to just pull in front of her, that I've probably had to make on this particular ring today. And I think that's a testament to the breeders. And I think what makes it different is just strictly body condition and the way these cattle have been handled to this point to be paraded here in front of you as exhibitors at the Cattlmens Classic. I think this effort today is awful complete. She is so exquisite about her front 1/3, really laid in smooth at her shoulder. She's extremely correct in her lines as she goes and correct off of her hip and her hind leg. I'll be the first to admit I'd love to suck a little condition off of her today going forward, maybe for a project this summer through the base of her chest and her flank. I think it's within bounds at the moment. I just think one of those cattle these guys are going to have to be careful with in the long haul as we parade that heifer around the country and to compete. A beautifully patterned and balanced heifer in two, and I think on the other end of the spectrum, here's a heifer that a guy can go home with and just feed comfortably and relax and just go forward with this project, because this heifer is so sound. She's so good looking in terms of her balance, really up-headed, clean-fronted individual that's so correct in her lines, and again, score off of that hip. And I think if you maybe flip-flop the condition today, this decision gets awful close and maybe even reverse the roles. But two ultra-competitive heifers that have a lot of good future in front of them. Congratulations.
Your results of Class 5. First, we'll go to Lot 28, KQM Show Cattle. That'll also be your junior heifer calf champion. And then Lot 29, Remington Ranch. And that will be your reserve junior heifer calf champion. In the ring now, we're making the selection of our champion polled Hereford female. Representing Class 1 will be Lot 38, Windmill Livestock. In the spring heifer will be Lot 32. That is Schutte and Sons, and the reserve coming in will represent Lot 36, and that's Dana Pold Herefords. And then out of Class 5, your junior heifer calf champion is Lot 28 coming in the ring from KQM Show Cattle. The reserve out of that class will be lot number 29, Remington Ranch. Again, the selection now on the south side is your champion polled Hereford female.
Well, on the Angus side, they're going to be just like they're standing right here, and I think just a real logical solution to start this particular class off with this calf that's right in front of me. Proportionality is really good with him, and his bone kind of fits his body shape and type and size. He's nice to the front 1/3 of his body, but yet he comes back and explodes pretty well right behind his shoulder as he comes back through the center portion of his skeleton, and we take a look at true muscle shape. When we get behind him, top dimension, in dimension, all those things just fit together and they balance together really well to start the class off with. I think second and third is a tougher decision. If you can't see from outside the ring, from behind these cattle, the bigger top, bigger muscled one, bigger bone one is the one that's in second. Perhaps a little coarser shouldered and maybe doesn't tie his bottom underline together as well as the one that's right behind him. But in this particular class, maybe I went with the one that's just showing a little better and giving me a little better look today, but just bigger muscled and bigger bone. This might be the calf for you, the one that wants to go be a herd bull and not a show bull. I get that. Get away from town and go home and do the stuff. Flat-shouldered, flat-jointed, deep-bodied, tall in terms of just growth and size. All those things fit together really well for him. Just been nice to see him kind of get out here and show himself out a little better, but he certainly has some very unique advantages with him as well.
Over here in selection of your champion and reserve polled heifers, these young ladies are doing an incredible job of getting these cattle stuck and brought to us to present. These two younger ladies down here have a world of future, and it should be excited as a breed in a state to have kids at this young with this much desire and ability. Let's put our hands together again for congratulating these Hereford exhibitors. I think in my mind, as you just come down to sorting the cattle, and again, we're given the phenotypic side of it here today, and you probably have your catalog in front of you to study these pedigrees and study the programs and the genetic values that go along with these cattle. I think there's two individuals in the ring of the five that have a beautiful future in terms of just being competitive on a lot bigger scale than right here in Nebraska. I think these cattle can go on and compete at a national level. They'll be your two heifers out of your last divisions, lot 28 and 29. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Bringing it back to the North Ring, results of that final class of Spring Angus Bulls, Class 9, coming in at the top, Lot 10, 11, Mill Iron Ranch, and second, Lot 9, Growth Angus. Now in the ring, we bring back the top two from each of our Spring Angus Bulls for selection of Grand Champion, Spring Bull Calf, and Reserve Grand Champion. From that first class, Lot 25X, Nelson Angus, and Lot 28, Schaefer Angus Farm. Class 6, Lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle, and Lot 26, Hidden Valley Angus. Class 7, Lot 19, tags Show Cattle, Lot 18, Holman Angus. Class 8, Lot 17, tags Show Cattle, Lot 12, Morgan Ehlers. And Class 9, Lot 10, 11, Mill Iron Ranch, and Lot 9, Growth Angus. Again, this is for selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Spring Bull Calf.
And here is your results on the south side. Your champion polled Hereford female comes out of Class 5. That is Lot 28. And it is reserved for Lot 29. Again, both coming out of Class 5. Lot 28 is KQM Show Cattle. Lot 29 is Remington Ranch. We're going to be bringing in the polled bulls here momentarily, kicking it off with class number 6, Lot 24. B-Cub Cattle, 419.19. Lot 23 is Morgan Cattle Partners, 42 of 19. And Lot 22, MCM polled Herefords, 320.19. Again, class 6 of the polled bulls entering the ring.
A reminder, as we move through our shows this morning and into the afternoon, you can find show orders for the prospective breeds and information on the end of the bleachers. Also, catalogs are over just west of the ring if you're looking for information on any of these classes.
Well, again, as we're watching our bull shows in both rings, want to remind everybody the bull sale day is tomorrow. Bull sales will start promptly at noon. Make sure you're studying the catalog. Make sure you're looking at the schedule. And again, the bull sales tomorrow at noon. Want to recognize all of our cornerstone sponsors: Purina Mills, Randy Lynn's. We've got Mycogen and Corteva. Aurora Cooperative, Platte Valley Auto, Heartland Chevy, Plum Creek Motors, Pony Express, and Biozyme SureChamp.
What a spring calf division here in the Angus Bulls. And I told the gals, table making me sweat a little bit because I think it's a real tight decision. All 5 of these bulls, as Angus breeders within the state and that love this breed, and for many of you that have been involved with these bulls, you got to be awful proud to have 5 class winners in this particular division that are this nice. And as we've been talking about on both sides of the ring, there's genetic makeup to these cattle as well that we don't have visibility to, and so that obviously comes into play, and it should come into play as you're trying to make your decision. I'm going to talk the 2 class winners, 1 and 2. They will be champion and reserve in your calf scenario here, but not sure which one yet. So we're going to talk about these particular cattle. I got real aggressive on this first class bull when he come in, and I still love this bull to death. Where he's elite, he's as elite as you can make one in terms of kind of softness of top, and I like a little bit of flexibility to a spine. I think that correlates to movement down low, and he does this particular well. He's monster boned. He's certainly one that's attractive when you look at him from the side. He's well presented and good haired today, and so all that kind of blends in really well. I like his softness of middle that he's got. I don't know if he explodes quite as much in terms of true natural forerib shape right behind his shoulder, and I don't know if he's got quite as much with the skeleton from there back into his stifle, but he is soggy looking and practical from that perspective. As I compare him to the bull that's right behind him, I think he's a little smaller footed, and I think he's a bull that just doesn't perhaps come out into his hip quite as nicely designed as the one that's right behind him. But man, that is a good rascal. The one that is right behind him, a month older or so, he comes to us with just a little more mass. And as I take a look at forerib shape with the skeleton, with the top, and with true natural shape from behind, I think he does have those advantages. I like his masculinity of his head and the top of his neck. I think he just looks like a bull. He doesn't have the hair advantage, and so maybe we don't get the wow factor in terms of just elite look from that perspective. But you get back on the side of this one, yeah, he'll want to dip just a little bit right behind his shoulder. He maybe, just doesn't look quite as nice in his top line, but he carries his hip really well. I love his foot shape and type. I love the kind of bone and flat joints that he has, and I like his head and neck and just how everything blends together in a true beef bull. I think he does that extremely well. And so it gets really tight to me between these two. Let's give all of your calf Angus folks a round of applause here for bringing some really, really good cattle.
Here in the beginning of your Polled Hereford Bull Show in the South Ring, I think, another one of those really hard decisions, but for different reasons than our concluding division of our last part of our heifer show. To me, that as you look at these cattle all within a week or 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever it might be, in terms of age, we've got 3 total different destinations in terms of breeding programs. I think in terms of, to me, it's just making that compromise and trying to get these cattle lined up for you today to do my job. The dark red, really conservatively marked bull down here on the west end. Again, a bull I think is just a combination individual. Super sound in terms of his structure and flexibility. Got the build to make one of those long-term, really longevity type herd bulls. Bull that's really extended and got a neat look to it from the profile. From a balance perspective, no, he's not as stout in terms of his overall muscularity of either of the bulls right behind him. But again, I think his just structure and balance compels him to be at the top. No doubt the high-performing, big-top, big-ended individual that's going to come out next, easily the most mature in terms of his kind and his scrotal development. I'll be quite honest with you. To me, he's a little out of bounds in terms of his overall growth. To me, he's one of those bulls that's going to be a little bit bigger than I personally desire for our environment at home. But again, you use those regards, because there's a bull that's going to inject worlds of power and growth and just sheer size. A little more question in my mind would just be his structural integrity as he grows and develops. A bull that maybe doesn't want to quite toes to straight up front, but a little more concerning to me is the way he wants to go off of his hind leg right there from hock to ground. No doubt, maybe the most intriguing individual is going to be here in third, and he just falls short today just from a performance perspective. But here's an individual, if you're looking to raise some 4-H prospect type steer calves, an individual that's as good made as any bull we've seen throughout today. He's so attractive from his shoulders forward in terms of the way his neck comes high out of the top of his shoulder. He's relaxed in his lines. He's got more than enough muscle. Again, today, we'd like to just add some more performance in this bull particular environment to get him up there to the front end of that class. But again, 3 excellent bulls fit 3 total different breeding programs and destinations. You be the judge and evaluate these cattle in your mind.
Congratulations to your spring bull calf champion, Lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, your reserve grand champion, spring bull calf. Lot 25, X Nelson Angus.
Here are your results of Class 6 on the south side of the polled bulls. Your first place and also would be your spring bull calf champion is Lot 22 MCM polled Herefords. Second will go to Lot 23 and reserve spring calf champion to Morgan Cattle Partners, again Lot 23. And third is Lot 24, V Cubed Cattle. Class 7 is now entering the ring. This will be Lot 21 MCM polled Herefords 226.19, Lot 20 Bar M Herefords 222.19, and Lot 19 Bolte Farms 218.19.
In the north ring, we have now moved into our summer bull calf featuring a single entry, Lot 6, September 2018 bull calf.
Well, I love the fact that you as bull buyers have these options of, you know, I said to the young man here, I said, I suppose a, you know, big old strapping August bull that's already semen checked, and he said, yep, he's ready. The problem with this bull, you get him home and you'd want spring to happen. You'd want to just turn him out because he's ready to go, and he's good, good looking bull. He's sound structured. He's got some muscle shape to him. It's not the biggest bone one down low, but we get up high, we got plenty of shape in this calf. Forerib, back to his stifle, loin edge, all those things really show us some eliteness to this type of calf. A long-bodied, sound-structured one that's the right age to go out and cover some cows. That's a pretty nice combination. I'd probably pay attention to that one in terms of what makes sense in the sales. So we'll see him when we get back here for our division drive.
3 really high-quality individuals come out here in our next class of the polled Hereford division. But I think we've got an individual that dominates and excels in nearly every aspect in this particular trio. The bull down here on the east end, it's just so attractive and yet masculine about his head. It ties in neat there in his crest to his shoulder and his upper top line. A bull that's so flexible as he goes, really dominates the structural integrity of this particular class. Love that bull quite a bit. I think he fits the mold in just terms of balance and kind and build. No doubt a bull with maybe a shot more sheer red meat and muscle. Big top, big ended, powerfully constructed, and takes that advantage to the ground in terms of his stoutness and structure. A bull that maybe not quite as free and easy moving as he goes, probably not near the softness in terms of that center third of his body compared to the herd bull that left. A really nice, attractively designed bull here again that's going to end this particular class. Take nothing away from him. Like the third in our last class, these bulls just got into some competition that they probably you know, they're still really, really good cattle. They're just got into some competition they couldn't stand today. But that bull offers an immense amount of product and sheer dimension and mass. Really big testicle individual to go with that, and dark red in his color. Congratulations.
Again, that single entry for our summer bull calf will also be your champion, featured Lot 6, Wendell Custer. Joining us in the north ring now, we've got our winner bull calves. In this first class, Class 11, featuring Lot 4, Running J. Angus Ranch, and Lot 3, Running J. Angus Ranch. These feature some February 2018 bulls.
And over now to the south side, your results of Class 7. Your junior bull calf champion is Lot 21, MCM Polled Herefords. Your reserve junior bull champion will be Lot 20, Bar M Herefords. And third out of Class 7 is Lot 19, Bolte Farms. We are moving on now to Class 9. Lot 15 is Moeller Polled Herefords, 418-18. Lot 14, RCR Polled Herefords, 315-12. Shooty & Sons, and that's 3-8 of 18. This is your spring yearling bulls.
Well, we got a couple brother ranchers here from Colorado, and you know, if I was looking for a bull, and it'd be fun to chat with these guys. I'm guessing it's as real world as you get in terms of how these bulls are managed and what their cow herd looks like there in Colorado, and just really kind of whole free type of cattle that are going to go out and work. And so it's fun to see the brothers in here for sure. The one I'm going to start with probably gives up some extension and some lower bone, but he's got more top shape, he's got more muscle dimension when I get behind him, and he's got more forerib shape in him of the two. So just a good, useful kind of a bull that can get out, I think, and make it happen as soon as you're ready for him. The one that's going to be in second, you can go ahead and lead these out. He's probably longer sighted, and at times he probably gives you just a little better profile, but it doesn't have as much top shape. He doesn't have as much center and lower shape to him as our class winner. But two really nice, very good doing, good useful type of Angus bulls.
Results of Class 11 of our winter bull calves. Running J. Angus Ranch, Lot 4 at the top of that class, running J. Angus Ranch as well. Coming in second, Lot 3. Joining us in the ring now, it's Class 12, featuring Lot 2, Schulte Angus Ranch, and Lot 1, Schaefer Angus Farm. These feature January 2018 bull calves.
Over here on your Polled Hereford side, concluding the bull show in this particular age division of 2-year-olds, I think we got a winner in my mind, the young lady down here on the west end. This bull puts easily the most good things together from a balance perspective. He's so long and correct in his skeleton and his lines and out of his hip. Easily the most fluid in terms of his travel of these four particular bulls. Bull to combine all that, to me, is easiest to look at from a balance perspective. Really, I love his added moderation and yet boldness and stoutness to go with that. One little thing, you know, maybe comparatively to these other bulls, you'd just like to see him a little bolder and more circumference in terms of his scrotal circumference. The bull coming in two, again, flexible and really square in terms of his corners. A bull that's really fresh in terms of his condition, offers a little more shape and general dimension of product. But again, we'd like to soften him up in his body and back into his flank. Compared to our class winner, we love his advantage in terms of just maybe foot size and bone at the ground with that added scrotal circumference. No doubt the big, stout, masculine kind of an individual coming in here in third. My issue take with him is just the way he wants to go when he put in motion. But it's a little bit lazy in terms of his overall movement and travel. But more concerning to me is how he gets one to get a little nickel outside of himself up to the rear two as he goes. But a bull that offers a lot in terms of just balance and phenotype and kind to go with that added stoutness of substance and structure and overall dimension. The bull that's maybe a little more conventional in his look and build, he's just a little more jammed up in terms of his kind. Really a masculine-headed individual. We just like to lengthen and extension him out, give him just a nickel more shape as you view him right in behind there, especially down low. But again, an awful excellent set of 2-year-old bulls sure ready to go do some heavy service for these exhibitors.
Here's the results of Class 9. Your spring yearling bull champion is Lot 13, JMS Cattle Company. Your reserve spring yearling bull champion is Lot 12, Schutte & Sons. Third place out of Class 9 is Lot 14, RCR Polled Herefords. And fourth is Lot 15, Moeller Polled Herefords. Entering the ring now will be Class 10, Lot 10, Moeller Polled Herefords 2-3-18.
Well, I'll remember this class as I go home this evening, and I'll tell you, bulls are good for sure, but the reason I had a chance to talk to this young lady, she's brought some awful good cattle here today, so I was just curious about where the ranch was and where she was from, and I can tell that they know what they're doing. They're really have got these cattle presented well. And then my friend Braden back here, I asked him, I said, is there another FFA event going? And he said, no, I just wanted to show in my official dress. And that's one of the coolest things I've heard in a long time. I love the professionalism. I love everything about FFA. And I love that's how you wanted to come out here. That's cool, Braden. So I'll remember you and your good Angus bull for sure. Grumpy here at the start that doesn't want to kind of get settled in, that's a good bull. He's wide-chested. He's wide-based, he's big-topped and big-ended, and just does a lot of things extremely well. As we've talked about, these older bulls that can immediately go out and cover cows. He's got some masculinity to him, but yet he pulls it together in a nice profile and design. Attractiveness, power, function, all those things work really well. It'd be fun to see him out here when he settles down. I think his top line and all that would just be a little better probably in appearance. Braden's bull down here is an awful good rascal as well. Really extended topped and long hipped and really long necked. I think, you know, that calf doesn't have the power in the bottom 1/3 of his skeleton. He doesn't have as much muscle mass up high. But man, if I was going to chase one that's going to put length and pounds into my herd and do a lot of things really well in terms of flat jointed and just really good basic function, that's the bull to pick out of the sale, Braden. So again, I'm proud of you, young man. I'll remember you. That's a good pair of Angus bulls.
Over here in the conclusion of our Polled Hereford show and division on the bull side, I think here's a bull that's really masculine and really bold in terms of his muscle, bold in terms of his rib. I personally appreciate his added moderation, a bull that's going to fit lots and lots of environments. Bull that could sure stand some competition. He's an automatic champion in this division. We'll compare him when he gets back out here in our grand drive momentarily. Congratulations.
Results from that final class 12 of Angus bulls. At the top, Lot 1, Schaefer Angus Farm, and second, Lot 2, Schulte Angus Ranch. Coming back into the ring now, all of our winter bull calves as they make the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion.
Here's the results of Class 10 on the south side will be Lot 10, your champion junior yearling bull, Moeller Polled Herefords. Entering the ring now, it will be the selection of your champion Polled Hereford bull and reserve champion. Representing the spring bull calf, champion is Lot 22, MCM Polled Herefords. Reserve spring was Lot 23, Morgan Cattle Partners. In Class 7, Lot 21, MCM Polled Herefords was your junior bull calf champion. Reserve is Lot 20, Bar M Herefords. In Class 9, your spring yearling bull champion is Lot 13, JMS Cattle Company. Your reserve spring yearling bull is Lot 12, that is Schutte and Sons. And your champion junior yearling bull is Lot 10, Moeller Polled Herefords. Again, now the selection of your champion Polled Hereford bull.
Well, a good display of the Angus breed and what they can do for you. It's fun when you get these cattle older. There's less prediction, and you know really what they're going to do. And so as I've talked through these bulls and their particular class, I think I've described them enough, particularly when you get to describe them in your mind and among your family and your ranch about which ones make sense to you. But for me, the two bulls that make sense in this particular drive, I'm going to keep Savannah and Braden's bulls together here. I think they're the most elite in terms of their type and kind and the elite things that they'll do. I think they both can change your herd in unique and different ways. So we'll congratulate these two young exhibitors, and then we'll bring them back in for the final drive. Your shirt's a mess, by the way.
Over here in selection of your champion and reserve polled bull, an excellent lineup all the way through in terms of all these cattle that we've seen today, and those that have particularly made it back into the ring for this champion drive. I think things look really, really well in terms of just overall sheer kind and quality. To me, there's a really clear front winner champion, and that's your lot 21 bull here, broadside to me, this calf champion. This bull's really elite, I think, for the cattle I've got to sort through. Today, here's a really, really intriguing individual in terms of just his build and his kind. He'll be your champion. We'll pull in a reserve, I believe, right here behind him. Take another look here just momentarily.
Results from that winter bull calf, your grand champion, Lot 1, Schulte Angus Ranch. Reserve grand champion, Lot 2, Schaefer Angus Farm. We'll now bring in all of our
sort these bulls and select a reserve champion. Again, I think the bull will come in terms of just length and look and kind, a big, stout, powerfully individual. I'd like to change him at the ground, as we mentioned in class, but that's being awful critical of a really good bull calf. I still think there's an older bull out here that offers a lot, and as Mr. Core was talking about on the other side, taking out predictability. This big bull, lot number 13, is going to be your reserve champion. Give these exhibitors one more big round of applause and congratulate these Polled Hereford exhibitors for coming out and see you this afternoon.
correction on the winter bull calf. Lot 1 was Schaefer Angus Farm. In your reserve grand champion, Lot 2, Schulte Angus Ranch. Joining us in the ring now, we have all of our grand champion, reserve grand champions from our spring, summer, and winter bulls. This is for your selection of champion Angus bull, reserve champion Angus bull. This features Lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company with that February 19 bull. Lot 25X, Nelson Angus with a March 19 bull. Lot 6, Wendell Custer with a September 18 bull. And Lot 1, Schaefer Angus Farm. Lot 2, Schulte Angus Ranch. Again, this is for Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Angus Bull.
On the south side, I would like to say a big thank you to our Hereford princesses who are here today to help continue to bring this show along, and the Southeast Community College as well, for the work that they're doing to continue to keep the ring clean. Here's your results of your champion Polled Hereford bull. It will come out of Lot 21, MCM Polled Herefords. And your reserve champion Polled Hereford bull is Lot 13, JMS Cattle Company. We'll be back momentarily as we start with the 2020 Charlet Show.
Well, what a great Angus bull show. And, you know, I've taken a little time here, but we have some time today. And if it helps you from outside the ring better evaluate these cattle, I'm a big believer that buying cattle tied up in a stall only will make you go broke as quick as anything. And, you know, to be able to get these cattle out here long enough for you to be able to see them, I think is unique. I'm not going to talk about all these bulls in detail. Just quickly, our division winners, I talked about this division of calves and how much I liked them and how close I thought that they were. And I come back out here and they're just as close in my mind as they were in that particular division. This is the bull that I thought had more bull there in terms of true center shape and natural dimension, but both of those calves are big deals, I think, in Kearney, and they're big deals in the Angus breed. I think it's just fun that ranchers and breeders bring that kind of quality. I'm sure those bulls could have been sold a long time ago in other ways. Our second division here, a good practical bull that is moderate, deep-bodied in relation to his skeletal size. Not the biggest bone one, but as we talked about him, we go from the 2/3 of his body and up. He gets woofy, young man. He gets really big-middled, big-topped, and big-ended. If I wanted one with a little less bone, I think that maybe makes difference in calving, but get some muscle shape and get some look. pretty unique. Savannah's bull down here, still not becoming a show bull in terms of attitude, but he looks like a bull, a show bull. And again, he does some things incredibly well. I would almost guarantee you this is one of the top selling Angus bulls. When you take age and the ability of what he can do and the form and function that he is, he combines those things very well. But that being said, I still haven't convinced myself one way or another what made the most sense in these calves, so I'm going to keep them together. This one will be champion. That young lady's there will be reserve. Those are good bovine. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Lot 24, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, your grand champion, Angus Bull. Reserve grand champion, Angus Bull, going to Lot 25X, Nelson Angus. These bulls will show tomorrow, Thursday, and you can find catalogs with information over on the west side of the ring. Congratulations again to our grand champion, reserve grand champion, Angus Bulls. That'll wrap up our Angus shows here, and we're going to roll here in just a few minutes into our Simmental shows.
Well, we'll kind of get things back started here on the south side of the show ring. We're going to start our Charlet show. We're going to start with our Charlet females. And again, want to remind everyone while you're here at the Classic, make sure you're studying the catalog. Go back in the barn and visit with these breeders. And the heifers, as we're going to start our heifer show, again, the heifers will sell on Friday here at the Classic, and that sale will start at noon. Again, we're very honored to have helping us in the rings this year our students from Southeast Community College. We appreciate all of their help here at the Cattlmens Classic. Again, want to re-recognize our judge in the South Ring is John McCurry. John's coming to us from Burton, Kansas. Him and his family have been in the Angus business for many generations. So again, we're honored to have John McCurry as our official judge on the south side of the ring.
The Hereford sale order is under your keyboard. I took a picture in case it got lost.
All FFA members, if you would start making your way over to the 4-H Extension Building. All FFA members, if you would start making your way over to the 4-H Extension Building.
Back here on the north side of the show ring, we are ready to start our Simmental show. And again, we want to recognize our official judge here on the north side of the ring is Mark McCore. And Mark is coming to you from Pleasantville, Iowa. Mark and his family are engaged in the Boyert Core Cattle Company. They're very involved in multi-breeds there. They love working with youth. And so we're very honored to have Mark Core in our North Ring with our Simmental show. With that, we're going to turn it back over to our official announcers today. KRVN. KRVN has been a sponsor here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic all 29 years. Announcing the north side of the ring is Shaylee Peters, and the south side of the ring is Susan Littlefield.
Two really high-quality April heifer calves here to start off our Charlet division. And the female that's going to win, I think today is just, again, more of her. She's a female that's a little more robust through the center portion of her body. She displays a little bit of more natural muscle dimension throughout. I think a balance and phenotype of these heifers is kind of a wash. Both these heifers really made awful well from the profile in terms of the way they carry their head and comes high and top out of the top of their shoulder. Females that are really relaxed in their spine and square out of their hip. The heifer in 2 is just quite a bit greener, and I think there's a world of future in this particular heifer calf, and I do think maybe she has the advantage in just the way she's more flexible from her hock down into her pastern at the ground than our class winner. A female, if you've got the patience to just give her time and let her do her thing, a heifer that's going to be ultra competitive come fall and next year this time. Congratulations.
Back here in the North Ring, we now move into our Simmental show. We'll start with our Simmental females. Class 1 features lot 35 and 34, both Painted Wolf Ranch. And then lot 32 and 33, Brummer Simmentals. Again, this is our first class of Simmental heifers.
As we have our Charlet show taking place on the south side, Class 1, Lot 28, Benish Cattle Company is first. Second is Lot 29, Stevenson's Show Stock. Class 2 is going to be entering the ring here momentarily. Class 2 includes lot 27 from Stevenson Show stock, 310 of 19. Lot 26, Creasy Cattle Company, 218.19, and lot 25, Creasy Cattle Company, 221.19. Again, Class 2 of the Charolais will be starting momentarily.
And as we kick off our Simmental show here today, a reminder to keep an eye out on these cattle. The 2020 National Simmental Classic will take place in Grand Island at the Nebraska State Fairgrounds July 5th through the 11th, 2020. A lot of options for our juniors. Again, that will be the July 5th through the 11th, your 2020 National Simmental Classic in Grand Island.
We're going to leave these spring heifer calves on your Charolais side as they come in. I think the heifer that wins does so very handily. In my mind, I think she's the female that's really extended from her shoulders forward, really up-headed, clean-fronted, clean-chested type of an individual. Yet comes into just a world of mass and center body width and dimension. Like the gentleman's heifer from the last class, awful green, but just all the components here to make a really, really good big heifer because they're so sound at the ground, they're flexible off both ends of their skeleton. They got all sorts of beat in terms of their hock and the way they go down to the ground. Females, again, I just think if you be patient, give them time, they're going to be ultra competitive kind of cows. The female that comes in 2 is just a little more my kind than the female in 3. She's a bolder, more moderately framed individual that yet is longer patterned. I definitely like her better about her front 1/3, especially her head and the shape and design of her neck. Female that's also a little more correct and lengthy out of her hip and out of her hind leg. Female that's going to conclude the class is the moderate version. She's a bold-ribbed individual, but with her kind. She's just a little more jammed up in terms of her build. She's a little shorter, and thicker, crustier kind of a fronted female that's also just a nickel rounder out of her hip. I'd like to just extend her out throughout to give her that added show ring look and balance and profile like the heifers ahead of her. Congratulations to these Charolais heifer exhibitors.
Well, on the Simmental side, as we start our heifer show, I certainly think we've got a pair of heifers here to start with that you could do some unique things with. This one is more advanced at this point in time in terms of how she's presented and the condition she's in, so she kind of just puts herself together better from forward to rear. One that balances well, her depth of body and her depth of flank are consistent enough with her forechest. One that's not the biggest bone than one that we've seen today or that we may see, but up high, I think she just does a lot of things really well, solid enough on paper. The one in second here is awful green, but she's bigger bone than the one that's right ahead of her. I think maybe you could argue that she's a tick more flexible off her rear too than our winner. And so if I was going to buy one, and I talked about this in the Angus show, if I was going to buy one, maybe at a show, I would have fun with this one because every day from now through the summer, this one's going to look better and better. That elite head and neck and extension and top line, you put some feed and condition and hair on this one over a period of time, that balance is going to be really, really good, and I think she's going to stay very sound down low. And so that's why the top pair, I think, is really close. You get to make that decision. That's the fun part. The one that's in third, it's probably the most elite on paper in terms of milk and API. and grow. So if that's important to you as you build a cow herd or change your cow herd, she has some unique aspects to her there. She's a little more open about her shoulder and as she meets the surface than our top two. But besides that, her top line's good. Her rear two structure is really nice. I think she does a lot of things well as well. Gentleman here, she finally slowed down. I don't think this heifer probably realizes, I'm guessing, how stout this guy is. I'm thinking I wouldn't arm wrestle this guy, and if I was a heifer, I probably wouldn't try to get away from him. But this one's big boned. This one's really up-headed. Her top line and hip are good designed. She's not presented to us today in terms of how she wants to show and perhaps just condition, but that one might be at the end of the day as good as any in this particular class because of how well she is built in the bottom 1/3 of her skeleton and how much just bone and hair and look that she has. So a good class to start with.
We're here in selection of your champion and reserve Charolais heifers. I think they've got 3 individuals in my mind that just the way their balance and their design is for this show ring environment and sorting the cattle today. I think of females that sort to the top. For me, there's a really easy champion, lot 28, or class winner out of our first class will be your champion. And to me, it gets really, really close between the 2 heifers that are remaining out here to look through. Yes, sir. The heifer that was second to our division, our champion, and then a female that won our second class, because they're just so uniform in the way they're built. They're both come from the same place, and females that are really, really competitive. They're just designed the same in terms of their extension and their femininity, their boldness of their rib, the condition they come to us today. I like the big heifer that come out of our second class to be your reserve champion. Let's give these Charolais exhibitors a big round of applause for an excellent, high-quality set of heifers.
Back to the north ring as that first class of Simmental heifers wrapped up. It was an April 2019 class of heifers coming in at the top. Lot 35, Painted Wolf Ranch. Second, Lot 32, Brummer Simmentals. Third, Lot 34, Painted Wolf Ranch. And fourth, Lot 33, Brummer Simmentals. We now move into Class 2 featuring March 2019 heifers. Lot 31, Painted Wolf Ranch. Lot 30, Rains Simmental. Lot 29, Mike Thien. Lot 28, Kirsten Cattle. And Lot 27, Bracker Livestock. Again, this is March 2019 Simmental heifers Class 2 in the north ring now.
Headed back over now to the south side. Just a reminder, heifers will sell on Friday. So guys and gals that are looking at some of these Charolais that are moving through the ring, the sale for them will be on Friday. The results of Class 2 as we do a little catch up. We've got Lot 27 will be first. That is from Stevenson Showstock. Lot 26 and 25, Creesick Cattle Company, second and third. Your champion Charolais female comes out of Lot 28, Benish Cattle Company, and your reserve champion Charolais female is Lot 27, Stevenson Show Cattle. Moving on to the bulls here. As they get ready to enter the ring, here is Class 3, Lot 24. Ford Farms JF Land and Cattle, 4219. Lot 23, J-Bar T Benish Cattle, 3919. Lot 22, Benish Cattle Company, 3919. Lot 21, Sonderup Charolais Ranch Incorporated, 3419. And Lot 20, Menton Cattle Company, 3119. That is your rounded out of Class 3 as we start with the bulls. And by the way, bulls do sell tomorrow here at the Cattlmens Classic.
Here's a really, really deep set of Charolais bull calves to start off this particular lineup of cattle. I think, I'll pull on down here, young man. These bulls, if this is a taste of what's coming, it's going to be in a really, really elite lineup. The bull I'm going to use to start with is the youngest one in this particular division. I think he's just a combination bull in my mind of putting that added show ring look and style and balance with that much power, dimension, and muscle. But more critically at the end, just a bull that's probably a little more free and easy moving to go with all those attributes, I think, in the end. He's a little more flexible in his hock and down there at the ground in terms of his rear pasterns. A bull that's just awful attractive and good looking, really long level lined individual. The bull in 2, no doubt, gives you as much front end, high quality look. He's a super up-headed, clean-headed, clean-chested individual, really shapy in terms of his dimension on the top side of his skeleton. My little bitty tweak with him would be as he goes, maybe just not as free and easy moving and fore-reaching in terms of his stride off of his rear 2. But a bull is sure going to add some look to a calf crop in terms of just overall quality and front 1/3 in terms of putting that added up-headed look into some calves going down the road. No doubt the big, stout, high-performing, powerfully constructed, muscle-driven bull comes out here in 3. Really bold-ribbed, and incredibly stout in terms of just overall sheer power and muscle. But today in this particular environment, probably just doesn't piece together quite as well as those 2 individuals in front of him. Nickel more opened up in his shoulder relative to his forerib. Probably just not quite the overall squareness from hooks to pins and attractiveness down to the ground. I think here's a bull in 4th. Again, all these bulls adding so much difference in terms of their breeding attributes. Here's a bull that's so modern in his kind. He's super long and skeleton bull individual. Gets around the ring good enough. I love his added rib shape and muscle dimension. Again, relative to those in front of him, just not as extended in his kind. Probably doesn't give you that wow factor from a show ring presence. The bull that's got as much length and extension on the other end of the spectrum is a bull here coming out that rounds out this class. He is so extended from his shoulders forward. He's the long-bodied, long-ribbed individual that's really extended out of his hip. Today, some of that works to his disadvantage as he's probably the harshest in his center 3rd. I just like to soften him up in his middle rib of his body.
I haven't placed these 2. I'll talk about them. Hey, folks, this is a big deal here. As I was looking at these cattle, and I didn't get to the Simmental show and sale at the Iowa Beef Expo, but pretty sure we didn't, don't tell my Simmental friends in Iowa, but pretty sure that they didn't bring this kind of quality there to present and to sell. This is a big deal. Now, it's interesting taking a look at a purebred, versus a half-blood and some of the dynamics there. I'll talk about the cattle, and then I'll tell you which one I like the best. I love this one when she come in, this solid black one, one that's long-sighted, one that's beautifully designed. I'm not sure you can make one much better in terms of how she comes out of the top of her shoulder, down her spine, and out through her hip. Even the very best pictures you see online aren't that good, so to speak. Just enough softness to be able to make her flexible, but incredibly attractive. In her top line, I think her underline's really good too, from her forerib back into her flank. Now, it's highly presented to us today, but that's really, really attractive. She's a little finer bone, perhaps, but I like the fact that she's flat-shouldered and just everything blends together extremely well. If I was going to change her just down low, a little bigger foot, maybe just a tick longer and softer in her pastern, but I'm trying to figure out which 2 of these are the best, so I've got to find little holes, and folks, there's never been a perfect one, and my friend Jack Ward will always say when you get in trouble is when you try to start finding the perfect one, and so there's always the give and take, but that one is awful, awful good. The one that comes out here in front of me, she's not perhaps as extended in all ways as the one that's right ahead of her. I don't think she's got quite as much length of neck. I don't think she's got quite as much length of spine. Perhaps pretty equal in terms of back out through her hip. This one as well is really bold in her forerib. When you come behind her shoulder, she carries that back into a bunch of horizontal shape in her skeleton and back into her muscle. I love the way from the side that she handles herself. Her knee is set back into her skeleton as you come down out front, and so her flexibility up front is incredible. and then her flexibility to her hock and to her pastern down low is incredibly good from behind. Now she wants to get just a little narrow track, and when you get behind and kind of come off of her hoof wall a little bit. I got the paper. You guys are great in terms of having some genetic predictability with your numbers, and this one is really, really good on paper as well. In fact, dominates in most every area of these two, except for maybe birth in the numbers. So from my perspective, I think the one that's just got the true amount of shape, the one that's got the most flexibility up front, the most flexibility from behind, and the one that's got just an incredible amount of cow power in between those two is going to be this strip face one. She'll win. That black one's second. Those, folks, you need to pay attention. Call home, call the banker, call the wife, call the husband, do something, but own one of those two when it comes sale time. The one that comes out here in third, this is an awful good heifer as well. Deep-bodied and deep-flanked, sound-structured. I thought this one had just more body to her, and I thought she handled her top line just a little better than the one that's right behind me that stands fourth. Maybe not quite as elite in her look when she's on the stand, but that's a power cow with all kinds of width and dimension and stays in a comfortable package. Maybe this one needs to go up a spot, and I totally understand that because she does some things really, really well. Her rear leg structure is nice. Her bone fits her massive body really nice. At times, and he was doing a good job of getting it shown out of her, she wants to get just a little high in her top and not be as soft in her spine and maybe not quite as rocket out of the top of her shoulder up into her pole. But that's a good rascal. That one will be awful competitive in the show ring. That one will be a practical good cow. The one we're going to finish the class off with, this is one, too, that's got body shape, got top dimension when you look at her from behind. I think that one is a good practical individual, not as flexible as the ones that were ahead of her, but a good useful female. So that was fun from a judge's perspective. That's good stuff, folks. So pay attention to those.
Here in our second class of our Charolais Bulls, I think we got an individual here, the young man circling around here, lot 19. Just an exceptional critter that's going to win this particular class pretty handily in my mind. Here's just a real world kind of a bull that's just built right from a balance and phenotype, body and substance of muscle and bone. Gets around the ring with more than enough ease of movement in terms of his structural integrity. Calf I like quite a bit. From there, I think it's just subtle differences, and it's just personal preferences. The young lady's bullet's going to be in two. Really highly presented. He's the long, level, loose, structured kind of an individual that can just get out and go. Yes, he gets outpowered by bulls behind him in terms of just sheer product and muscle, but a bull that I appreciate his added look. I appreciate it at his soundness of structure and his flatness of joints and the way he just handles that hip and hind leg as he goes. The bull that's going to be in three is a really, really robust individual, just a really product-driven terminal type of a market in terms of adding just sheer yield grade and dimension and power and substance to a calf crop. He's a little more jammed up through his front 1/3 in terms of his front his extension. Maybe like to loosen him up and make him fill his tracks just a little more effectively. But again, if you got a calf crop or a cow herd that needs just product-driven enhancement, right there's your individual. It's going to lead you to the front. The next bull, I like him a little bit in terms of his kind. He's a longer, more extended individual who's definitely sounder structured in terms of just his flexibility as he goes. The young lady's bull that's coming in here next, a bull that I guess I read quite a bit of future growth into, a bull that's going to be an awful large mature bull. If you need to add some skeletal extension to a cow herd and just length and side and frame, there's the bull that's going to do so. The bull the young lady's got here that rounds out the class, I think has some neat pieces. And if he had just one or two of those, some holes in him in terms of maybe his structure or the looseness in terms of his top line, I could live with it. But a bull that's really extended, super attractive in his front 1/3, he's huge topped and huge hipped as he leaves you. He wants to run downhill just a nickel, and I'd like to loosen him up in terms of his structural integrity off each end of his skeleton to make him more competitive. Congratulations, an incredible set of Charolais bulls.
Here's your results on the south side of Class 3. First, we'll go to Lot 24, Ford Farms for Land and Cattle. Lot 22, Benish Cattle Company, is in second. Third is Lot 21, Sonderup Charolais Incorporated. Lot 23 is in fourth, J-Bar T. Benish Cattle. And Lot 20, Metzick Cattle Company, is in fifth. Class 4 will get you those results here momentarily. They'll be coming back in for the selection of your junior calf championship.
Results from Class 2 of our Simmental heifers, those March 2019 heifers. At the top, Bracker Livestock, Lot 27. Second, Lot 30, Rain Simmental. Third, Lot 29, Mike Thien. Fourth, Lot 28, Kirsten Cattle. And fifth, Lot 31, Painted Wolf Ranch. We now move into Class 3. We've got them in the ring here with us, featuring Lot 26, YR Simmentals, Lot 25, Tuttle Cattle Company, and Lot 24, LZ Farms.
On the Simmental side, I think a real close trio, actually, of these females. I think all of these have some very good potential to them for sure. Slightly different in their build from top to bottom. The one that's just the combination for me is the one, the bald face heifer that we're going to use here to start with. I think she's square and truer on both ends as she meets the surface, and the one that's right behind her, and maybe just a little flatter made in terms of shoulder and muscle. Really good female, forerib and flank fit in there just extremely well as she balances up and shows us some kind of future brood cow potential. She's not as elite out the front 1/3 as we take a look at how we like him to get kind of rocket looking out of her shoulder and up into her head, neck region. She doesn't do what the heifer that's right behind her does, and so that's why perhaps it gets to be a closer pair. That's a good animal. 1 2 longer bodied, and she's better in the front 1/3 of her body. She doesn't come down and be as true off both ends as our class winner. Will she stay sound enough to be a show heifer and a cow? Darn sure she will. But I just don't see her, as I compare her to the one that's right ahead of her, being quite as good from that perspective. Big top, big ended, big boned one that's long bodied. That's a nice combination and certainly adequate enough on paper. The one that's going to complete the class, get a long bodied one that, if you would want to say, hey, I'm going to start with one that's this flexible from her rear too, and one that's long bodied, and one that's perhaps just kind of a little more in her working clothes, that's got all kinds of future, but yet good amount of just true natural skeletal width. I think that's a good looking, nice combination opportunity there as well. Good class of semis.
Over here picking a selection of your champion and reserve Charolais bull calves. I think, again, the 4 individuals out here offer lots in terms of quality and breeding power and flexibility. I think the individual that just hits me the hardest, and I'll be blunt, he's just the most my kind. The bull that come out of our class winner of our second class, an awful good individual, just so real world in terms of his body, his shape, his muscle. He's so good looking yet in the profile, and yet his largest attribute's just his flexibility as he goes. I think for reserve in that particular division gets pretty close. You've got the really long spine, really flexible bull there in 2, and you got the young bull calf here that's got some nice shape and dimension and muscle. I'm going to keep the 2 out of that second class together. Young lady, you're going to be a reserve calf. Congratulations to these Charolais exhibitors again.
Results from Class 3 of those Simmental heifers, February 2019 heifers. At the top, Lot 24, LZ Farms. Coming in second, Lot 25, Tuttle Cattle Company. And third, Lot 26, YR Simmentals. We now have our single entry in Class 4, featuring a January 2019 heifer, Lot 23, Rodney Alberg.
Here's the results of the Charolais Class 4. First went to Lot 19, Minton Cattle Company. Second is to Lot 16, Lovett Amos Charolais. And those will be, by the way, your junior calf champion and your reserve junior calf champion, Lot 19 and Lot 16. Third out of Class 4 will be Chianina Ranch, Lot 18. Lot 15 is in fourth, also the Chianina Ranch. Lot 13 is from McIntosh Chang Charolais, that is fifth. And sixth is Lot 17, Sonderup Charolais Ranch Incorporated.
Simmental side, just one entry, and I had a grand entrance here for this young lady, but she'll get settled down for sure when she gets in here with other cattle, and so we'll take a closer look to her there. A long spine, flat shouldered one that's flat jointed and sound structured, one that's got some true shape. You look at this one from the side and you don't know, just you get behind her how much true horizontal width that she has. She's got as much as anyone that we've seen here in the Simmental thing. 4 rib width, and bringing that back through a barrel shaped middle and all the way back into her stifle is an impressive thing for one that's this long-sided and stays sound in her structure. So it'll be fun to take a look at her when we get in the final drive.
Entering the ring now is Class 5 on the south side of the Charlet show. Class 5 consists of Lot 12 from Benish Cattle Company of 1228.19, Lot 11, LaFray's Farms 1117.19, and Lot 10 from Sir Livestock 11.818. Again in the ring now, Class 5.
That single entry Class 4 at the top featured Lot 23, Rodney Alberg, with that January 2019 heifer. We now move into our final class of Simmental heifers, Class 5, with a Lot 22, a April 2018 heifer, Spencer Hobie, and Lot 21 with a March 2018 heifer, Slama Simmental. This, again, is our final class, Class 5 of our Simmental heifers.
Another really nice class of Charlet bull calves, and I think this individual that comes out to us is, again, extremely unique in terms of his kind. He's so up-headed and attractive through that front 1/3, yet still looks like a herd bull as he comes back into the center portion of his body. I think where he drives the wedge in terms of just overall uniqueness and quality is the way he's designed from out of his hip and tail head there, but even more so in my mind the way he goes out his hock down to the pastern. He's got as much flexibility in his hocks, as much cushion at the ground in terms of his pasterns in any of this class. A really nice individual to start with. Again, a bull that matches him in through that front 1/3 and 2. He's so up-headed and extended. He's a long-spined, really fresh condition kind of a bull. Maybe just not quite the 90-degree squareness to his upper hip. Maybe doesn't want to have as much flexibility right there as he meets the ground in terms of his hock and pastern. But again, a really nice individual to be 2. Another really good herd bull coming in 3. Just a real world no holes kind of a calf. He just kind of run into some bulls that are a little more elite in this particular environment today as we're sorting these bulls on halter. But here's a bull that'll keep you in the business in terms of his rib shape, his dimension, his muscle, and his overall structural integrity. Congratulations.
Do note in your programs there is a clerical error, and you probably figured that out on your own. The Class 5, those bulls were born in 2018, not 2019. Here's the results of Class 5. Lot 10, Sir Livestock will be first. Second is to Lot 12, Benish Cattle Company. And third is LaFray's Farms, Lot 11. Entering the ring now will be Class 6. This is Lot 9, LaFray's Farms, 9:15:18. And Lot 8, McIntosh Shank Charlets, 9:2 of 18. Do note the bulls will sell this Thursday, and also note the Pen of 5 heifer sale will take place tomorrow evening at 6:30, and those females are penned up outside the south side of the ring. Go check them out if you're interested in Pen of 5 heifers.
Well, on the Simmental side, certainly love these bred female types, and this young lady's done a great job and shown some really good cattle today. This one hasn't been as much of a show female as maybe her other creatures, but it's a good heifer for sure, and it'll be fun to see her in the final drive. One that I think she said is going to calve in March sometime, big-footed, big-boned. I like how fresh she is for this point in time. They've managed her really correctly. It's tough sometimes, when you're kind of juicing one up in terms of how you're feeding them and presenting them for something like this, to be able to keep them lean enough in their head and their neck region and down into their forechest. And she's certainly done that with this one. Maybe like to explode her just a little bit right behind her shoulder as she heads into her forerib, center, and lower body. But some of that is she's lean, and some of that is she's not overpresented in terms of hair. So her natural length of body and her natural ability to get around the ring and her balance and her profile, it's cheating a little bit because this gal gets them maxed out in terms of showing. We take all that away. That's a good animal. The one that's in second's awful nice as well. I don't see her perhaps profile up and balance as well. I don't see her with just quite as much width down her top and back into her pin bones as what I see with the class winner. But that too is an elite looking one. That one's sound enough in her structure. There's a lot of good things to that female as well.
over here in the end of our senior bull calves, the two really nice fall type bulls. The bull that we're going to use to win, again, a really high performing, really masculine individual. And again, we get the Sorting East cattle on the lead in this particular environment. Maybe just a little neater looking in his top line, but more critically in my mind, just a bull that's really sound as he goes. He's flexible on each end of his skeleton and offers a lot of breeding flexibility just in terms of his type and kind. Big top, big-ended, really powerfully constructed individual. Again, he's good enough to look at from a balance perspective. I'd like to soften him up in his middle third portion of his body. More critically, in my mind, I'd like to give him more flexibility from going from his hip down through his hock to his pasterns as he goes. Two really good Charolais bulls. Congratulations.
Results from our final class of Simmental heifers, class 5 at the top, lot 21, Slama Simmental, and second, lot 22, Spencer Hovey. We now bring back in the top two from each class for your selection of Grand Champion Simmental Female and Reserve Grand Champion. From that first class of April 2019 heifers, lot 35, Painted Wolf Ranch, and lot 32, Brummer Simmentals. From class 2, lot 27, Bracker Livestock, and lot 30, Rains Simmental. Class 3, lot 24, LZ Farms, and lot 25, Tuttle Cattle Company. Class 4, lot 23, Rodney Allberg, and class 5, lot 21, Slama Simmental, and lot 22, Spencer Hovey. Again, this is for selection of your champion Simmental female here in the North Ring.
Here's the results now of Class 6. First, we'll go to Lot 8, McIntosh Shank Charolais, and second to Lot 9, LaFraise Farms. We're now making the selection of your senior calf champion bull. Represented out of Class 5 will be Lot 10, Sir Livestock, and in second was Lot 12, Benish Cattle Company, and then out of Class 6. Representing first place, Lot 8, McIntosh Shank Charolais, and second was Lot 9, LaFraise Farms. Again, the selection now of your senior calf champion bull.
Again, here in the North Ring, as we wait for our selection of Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental Female, a reminder, the 2020 National Simmental Classic is happening in Grand Island at the Nebraska State Fairgrounds this summer, July 5th through the 11th, 2020. And if you have questions, our National Classic Coordinator, Diane Duran, is here in the ring with us. Again, the 2020 National Simmental Classic in Grand Island, July 5th through the 11th, 2020. We also would like to thank our cornerstone sponsors, Purina Feed, Platte Valley Auto, Aurora Cooperative, Cunningham's Journal, Cortiva, Biozyme, Heartland, Chevrolet and Buick, and Pony Express. If you have a chance to stop by and visit with them, thank them for being our cornerstone sponsors. We are awaiting in the North Ring our selection of Champion and Reserve Champion Simmental Female.
In our South Ring, as we select this division of senior bull calves, I think, again, a good lineup of bulls, but I think there's two individuals and to sort themselves to the top. This lot 10 individual is so unique from a balance perspective, that combined with his structural integrity, he'll be your division champion. Going to come back and use the second out of that class. I believe he's lot 12. He'll be your reserve. Two awful, intriguing, really good looking, balanced Charolais bulls. Congratulations.
Well, for our champion Simmental, wow, what a good show. And I certainly was highly impressed with Class 2, but you get these out here and, you know, they're just all really, really good heifers. And as we've talked on both sides of the ring, you know, we don't have the advantage of the genetic makeup of these cattle, certainly the EPD makeup, but in terms of what their pedigree really looks like. And again, the reality is certain pedigrees work better for some of us than others, and you know, it's with your experience and just what fits and what's hot and what's fun to own versus what's maybe proven and practical to own, and so there's just a lot of dynamics that come in there. But this has been real good, and I'm not going to talk about all these extensively. The first class winner, one that I just think has got all kinds of future. That one will body down. that one will proportion up as she continues to grow, and her top line and her head and neck will all stay very attractive. I was quite high on this heifer, both from what she looks like here and what she looks like here that comes out of her second class, and I still am. There's just one thing that I would change about this one, and I think it's pretty small, actually, in the whole scope of things. That one does a lot of things really well. The one out of our third class, deep-bodied, I just think that's going to be an easy one to manage in terms of she's going to be highly capacious, and she's going to be moderate as a cow. Maybe not quite the extension as really the ones on both sides of her up through her front end, but a good animal for sure. The one that wants to behave a little better as she comes out here next, a really extended, long neck, long spine, long hipped one. Again, if you're going to buy one that says, hey, I'm going to make that one better long term as a show heifer because we know how to feed, my kids know how to work, light into that one and prove me wrong and some other people wrong perhaps, just because that one will keep getting better. The bred female here, nothing fancy about her in terms of hair presentation, missing her tail, maybe all those disadvantages, but darn good cattle. And for, not that I need to be out here talking about purebreds and low percentage cattle, but boy, for a purebred to build one with that kind of look and that kind of smoothness and yet bone and soundness of structure, that one makes her a real player out here. So probably the wise thing to do for Boyert Core Show cattle would be to beat this one and try to figure out how I can buy her, but I better not do that because I love her. So congratulations, that's a good one. Yeah.
In your summer division class, your Charolais bulls, 3 bulls that just come to us in your working clothes, real world kind of practical cattle. I think you just get these cattle on the move and just sort them in terms of their structural integrity and the way they handle themselves on the go, because they're not broke, enough to be finished here, show cattle. But the bull that wins, he's the real long, level, extended bull that's really sound at the ground, and that's his just sheer advantage. It's just his sheer flexibility. The bull in 2 is really the stout-made, muscular individual that's really robust in terms of his type and kind, probably gives you a nickel more added moderation, a big structured, heavy structured individual. The bull that rounds out is easily the longest and most extended, but probably just couldn't come with as much under width and dimension and power as those 2's right in front of him. Congratulations.
This reserve situation is really difficult for me because, as I said, I thought it was a close pair here with these calves, and this one comes out here and looks as good or better than she even did in class, and not as impressive on paper perhaps, but solid enough for sure. And everything else comes together, and then I just have to respect bred females and the opportunity that they bring to a sale, the opportunity and they bring in terms of just less projection over a period of time of being able to make it happen. And so that becomes very difficult between these 2 for sure. You get a chance to buy them, and that's the beauty of it. We've picked the one that gets to go to Supreme Row. You get to make all the rest of the selections, but I'm just going to respect this opportunity and what this one does from a big bred female perspective, so congratulations.
Going to leave these 2 older Charolais bulls in as they come, and for me, I'm going to opt to use the bull, really a masculine-headed, really a moderately framed, bold build, kind of a bull that I appreciate his added fleshing ability, a bull that's really robust and deep in terms of his rib. And again, as we've been talking and trying to sort these cattle, you'll find out that structure is really high on my criteria in terms of the breeding criteria. A bull that I just think handles his hind leg just so much more effectively than the bull in 2, and he offers just so much more product and dimension throughout. No doubt the bull 2, a bigger, longer outline, larger skeleton bull, but he doesn't come, I'd be interested to see what these individuals weigh, because I don't know that he weighs any more in our class winner with all that added size and length. Because he just doesn't have as much in terms of his underneath. He's not as wide-based and as bold in terms of his center portion of his body. But again, a bull that'll sure inject some extension and length and just sheer grow and gas into his calf and offspring.
Congratulations to Bracker Livestock, Lot 27, your grand champion, Simmental female, here at this year's 2020 Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. Your reserve grand champion going to Slama Simmental, Lot 21. A reminder that heifers sell on Friday, and if you are looking for a catalog to go over any of these cattle, you can find them on the west side of the show ring.
Here's the results of Class 7. First went to Lot 6, LaFraise Farms. Second is Lot 7, LaFraise Farms. And third went to Lot 5, LaFraise Farms. Your intermediate champion bull is Lot 6 by LaFraise Farms. And reserve intermediate champion is Lot 7, LaFraise Farms. Class 8, which just finished up, your first place went to Lot 4, Pusick Charolais. And second went to Lot 3, Pusick Charolais. In the ring right now is Class 9. Lot 2 is Creaset Cattle Company of 226.18, and Lot 1, Running J Angus Ranch, 121.18. After this, we will select our junior champion bull.
Here's a really close pair of bulls, I think, to conclude your Charolais show. And if you wanted to place them the other way, I could describe him that way as well. I think it's that close. I think today, the bull that's a little more modern is build. He's bolder in his body. He's a thicker-ended individual. I guess from my perspective out here from the profile, a bull that's built more correctly from his hooks to his pins and the set and travel off of his hind leg. I think a really nice breeding bull to bring to the table. Again, bull that will add more length and extension, and a bull that's really sound as he goes as well. And two, really a bull that's going to add more or inject more size into a calf crop, maybe as he wants to stand. And that's some of it, again, like we've seen throughout the day. These cattle aren't quite as comfortable in this particular environment yet. He just doesn't want to handle that hip and hind leg as he stops with as much attractiveness. He's a little more off in terms of his pins, a little more sec in terms of his hock, but that'll allow him to go out and reach and cover some country. A really high-quality individual, bull to be in second. Again, congratulations to your Charolais bull exhibitor. It's been an outstanding show.
As we start the Simmental Bull Show, we start with a couple of big growthy March calves that have done well performance-wise, look like they're going to have the kind of size to make herd bulls. The one I'm going to start with just balances up a little better and probably a little better angulated up front in terms of his shoulder design and how he comes and meets the surface. Got some body shape to him, pretty good. You know, we got a growth bull here and we got a birth weight bull. You get to decide which one you maybe need to take home, and that's where they differ on paper. The one that's going to be second's really good looking and elite from that perspective. Does some things, again, on paper that are unique if it fits for you. Just didn't see him quite as flexible out of his front end, but two really good bulls to start the show.
Entering the ring now will be your selection of your junior champion bull representing Class 8 is Lot 4, Pusick Charolais. Representing Class 9 in first place was Lot 2, Creaset Cattle Company. Second places come from Class 8, Lot 3, Pusick Charolais, and in Class 9, Lot 1, Running J Angus Ranch. Again, we are selecting the junior champion bull for the Charolais Show. Just a reminder, the bulls will sell tomorrow. Also selling tomorrow is our Pen of 5 heifers. If you get a chance, the Pen of 5 heifers will sell at 6:30 tomorrow evening, and they are outside, all penned up for you to admire. The shows itself, or the sales itself for the bulls, get underway at noon tomorrow.
As Mark mentioned, we are now into our Simmental bull classes. That first class, Class 6, featured Lot 16, Mike Dian, and Lot 14, MJ Simmentals. Coming in at the top was MJ Simmentals with that Lot 14 March 2019 bulls, and second, Lot 16, Mike Dian, also with a March 2019 bull. We're now going to bring in our Class 7.
Over here in your last division of your Charolais bulls, again, a really nice lineup of aged bulls that'll go out and sure work hard, cover some country, and get some cows bred. I think the two class winners are kind of fit together in terms of their type and kind and mold. For me, Lot 4 is just a little bit more my type. A bull that's so bold in his rib and stout in his structure and his muscle shape and dimension. got a great demeanor about him. He's sure flexible in terms of the way he goes. He's going to be your champion. We're going to come back and use, I believe, lot 2 to be your reserve in this particular division. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations, your junior champion bull is lot 4, Messick Charolais, and out of your reserve champion is out of class 9, lot 2, Creasick Cattle Company. We're getting the boys all lined up in the back to make your selection of your champion Charolais bull. In the junior calf champion bull was lot 19, that is Menton Cattle Company. Your reserve junior champion bull was lot 16, and that was Lovett Amos Charolais. In your senior calf champion, lot 10, Sir Livestock, and your reserve senior calf champion bull came out of lot 12, and that is Benish Cattle Company. Your intermediate champion bull was lot 6, LaFraise Farms, and reserve intermediate champion was lot 7, LaFraise Farms. In your junior champion bull, lot 4 was Creasick Charolais, and lot 2 is your reserve junior champion, Creasick Cattle Company. Again, entering the ring now is your champion Charolais and reserve champion Charolais bull selection.
Over to the north ring, we now get into our Class 7, featuring February 2019 bulls. Lot 11, Wangan Cattle Company. Lot 9, Tuttle Cattle Company. Lot 8, Rodney Allberg. And Lot 6, YR Simmentals. Again, this class features February 2019 bulls.
We have 8 really stout, high-quality Charolais bulls, and I kind of expected when I saw the sheet that we were going to have so many Charolais bulls that the quality was going to be good. But I think the front end, and in my opinion, it comes down to these 2 calves, and you can do 2 different things, and I think justify it either way. It's just kind of comes whatever segment of the industry you come from, I think is which one you prefer. And I'll describe the differences. The bull that comes out of this first class, I think, has achieved all the parameters from a performance weight per day of age statement. A bull that comes to us really fresh in his condition. Love his structure, his stoutness, his boldness of rib. To me, he's just that picture of practical, functional herd bull type, and where I make my living selling commercial Angus bulls to the commercial sector, I think he's a bull that represents that very well. On the other end of the spectrum, I think you have a bull here that's just so refined in terms of his balance. He's so up-headed in the way his neck comes high out of the top of his shoulder. He's so correct and long and strong, and his top line score off of that hip. He's probably as unique in the way he wants to set and travel off of that hock down to the ground with those pasterns. I think these 2 individuals are awful good. Again, I don't know pedigrees, I don't know genomics, but I do know that the cattle before us, both of these bulls are super good. The bull that hit me the hardest when he come in is going to be the bull out of your first division. He's going to be your champion. Young man with lot 10 here will be your reserve. Congratulations. Awesome pair of Charolais bulls to conclude this show. Congratulations.
And congratulations, our champion Charlet Bull is lot 19. That is shown by Mentic Cattle Company, and lot 10 will be your reserve champion, Sir Livestock. We're going to take a 20-minute break on the south side, give our judge a chance to stretch his legs, get something to eat, and we'll be back with the limousine show in roughly 20 minutes.
Really good set of Simmental bulls, and you can do what you want to here. And I think of all four of these bulls, I'm guessing there's people around the ring that have a favorite of the four, and pretty spread out opinions. But the bull that just looks like a bull and the bull that dominates on paper is this one right here, and that's the one we're going to start with. He's not the biggest bone one. He's not the biggest in the bottom 1/3 of his skeleton by any stretch of the imagination, but we get past that. He's bold-ribbed and he's deep-bodied, he's big-topped and he's big-ended, he's scrotal is good, and he just does his average daily gain, his API, his calving ease index, all those things to me just combine to be a beef bull, one that's sound enough in his structure and good on paper. Now, an elite-looking one is the one that's in second for sure, and so if you want to add some style and balance to your herd, this is a better decision than the one that starts the class off with. He's up-headed and good topped and good hipped and big boned, really nice haired, and got some dimension when you get behind him. You look at him from the side and you wonder, does he have enough shape? You get behind him, he's fine in terms of muscle shape. Doesn't pull himself quite as well together perhaps at times out through his front end, but good calf for sure. And I think that one, again, is a logical decision for some of you. The third calf here is, if I remember right, not quite as strong in his paper, but he's really similar to the one that's right ahead of him in terms of bone and hair and attractiveness. Probably a little deeper ribbed and deeper flanked than the one that's right ahead of him, but maybe doesn't tie himself together out of his front end quite as well as that calf. But both unique, good critters for sure. There's more shape in this one than the ones that are in second and third, and so if you want to chase kind of a practical looking one that's moderate in his size and bold ribbed and got all kinds of muscle dimension to him, but yet stays sound enough in his structure, then maybe this is the bull out of the class that you go grab. Not as big in his bone and foot, but certainly really, really big up high. So a good class. All four of those, I think, are unique opportunities for you as bull buyers.
Results from Class 7 of those Simmental bulls coming in at the top. Lot 8, Rodney Allberg. Second, Lot 9, Tuttle Cattle Company. Third, Lot 11, Wangan Cattle Company. And fourth, Lot 6, YR Simmentals. We now bring in a single entry for our Class 8 Simmental bull, a January 2019 bull featuring Lot 5, Rain Simmental.
We've got a January purebred here, and you can go ahead and lead him out as a single entry. Highly attractive, good looking from the side. Watch this calf get out and move, folks. That's the way angulation is supposed to be up front. That's the angulation and flexibility is supposed to be from behind. Certainly got some shape to him when you get behind him. You know, maybe not the biggest bone from from hock down and from knee down, but everything else just fits together extremely well. So it'll be fun to see him back for our final drive.
Again, that Class 8 featuring Lot 5, a January 2019 bull from Rain Simmental. We now get into another single entry class, Class 9, featuring an October 2018 bull, Lot 4 from Cisco Brothers, LZ Farms. And a reminder as we move through our Simmental Bull Show, bulls will sell tomorrow. Sales will start at 12 and work throughout the afternoon.
Well, another single entry in October Bowl, but you know it from outside the ring. This is an awful good one. Kind of average on paper as I look just quickly across there. No extremes one way or another. So not going to get in trouble on paper, but you're going to like the phenotype of this one. Just one that's well presented to us today, but all kinds of power from behind. He's bold-ribbed. He looks like a bull up through the front one-third of his body in terms of masculinity, but yet handles it well in terms of movement. He'll be an awful fun one to take a look when we get back for the final drive. Good calf for sure.
Class 9 there again featured an October 2018 bull, Lot 4 from Cisco Brothers, LZ Farms. And we'll now move into our final class, Class 10 of Simmental bulls here this morning, featuring Lot 2, an April 2018 bull from Rains Simmental, and Lot 1, a March 2018 bull from Travis Hare. Again, this is our final class of Simmental bulls. And a reminder, they'll sell tomorrow. The sales start at 12 and work through the afternoon. And a special thanks to our cornerstone sponsors. You'll see them out and about handing out awards this morning and this afternoon. Purina Feeds, Platte Valley Auto, Aurora Cooperative, Cunningham's Journal, Corteva, Biozyme, Heartland Chevrolet Buick, and Pony Express.
Well, I think the bull that's leaving will be second in this particular class, and we'll talk about him in a minute, but second in attitude maybe, but maybe first time to town. One I'm going to use is the power bull of the two. There's just more muscle and bone in this calf, a big old nearly 2,000-pound rascal. That one's going to go out and make you a lot of money, cover a lot of cows, and so from a performance perspective, really, really impressive. The other one is, I think, your birth weight opportunity. If you take a look at the numbers and how he's built, he's a long, flat made in terms of shoulder and muscle design and bone work. and looks good on paper again. From a Cavanese perspective, just didn't see him with quite as much power and uniqueness as the big black bull that's going to win.
Results from that final class, the Simmental Bulls coming in at the top, lot 1 from Travis Harr, and second, lot 2, Rain Simmental. We now bring back the top 2 from each of our classes of Simmental Bulls for selection of our Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion this morning into our afternoon now. Again, we move into our selection of Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental Bull, bringing back the top 2 from each of our classes. From our first class, Class 6, Lot 14, MJ Simmentals, and Lot 16, Mike Dian. Class 7, Lot 8, Rodney Alberg, and Lot 9, Tuttle Cattle Company. Class 8, that single entry, Lot 5, Rain Simmental. Class 9, another single entry, Lot 4, Cisco Brothers, LZ Farms, and Class 10, Lot 1, Travis Harr, and Lot 2, Rain Simmental. Again, this is for selection of our Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion Simmental Bull. The sale will be tomorrow, starting at noon and working through the afternoon. As we wait for selection of our champion Simmental Bull, reminder, Supreme Row, he will be featured 7 o'clock Friday night. We've also got our heifer sale on Friday.
Well, our champion Simmental Bull here is a fun division, a fun selection to take a look at, and I just continue to be impressed about the quality that your people bring here. And I was telling Renette this morning, I think the Iowa Beef Expo is kind of at an interesting point. You know, we know there are other opportunities to sell cattle, and so the sales aren't what they used to be, but I can tell, I'm guessing, that the supreme excitement and your venue and everything else you do so well here allows you to still have some very, very high quality in your selections here. And it's fun to be here in what I would consider more practical ranch country than the world that I grew up in and live in every day, and to be able to see the balance of form and function of these cattle. We see that in the Simmental thing here for sure. So as we get out here for our final drive, I think Champion Bull is pretty obvious to me. Reserve perhaps is a little closer, but I'm not going to talk through these cattle. You can see them here. Every one of these has some uniqueness on paper. Every one of these has some uniqueness in look. that one of you or two of you out here or who's going to be here tomorrow can utilize these cattle and do quite well with them. But add in mind the bull that, as I said, is pretty much average in paper, no holes, no extremes either, but certainly gives just a phenomenal look, highly presented to us today. Good bodied, good bone, good soundness, good muscle is going to be this bull right here. So head to Champion Row, that's a good one, so congratulations. I think for reserve, it gets a little closer, and there's a couple bulls out here that you could go grab if you want just style and look and eliteness. You know, I think one of those is this bull right ahead of me, that if that is your mission, you got to tie into that bull, because it is about being unique and getting out there and being different of what you're trying to do. You know, I'm a big fan of the Simmental business. It's not like I'm in it with massive numbers every day. But I think one of the things the Simmental breed focuses on and tries to do each and every day is build great numbered cattle that are incredible in terms of performance and got some look and structure and balance to them. And I just don't believe you can look past this bull right here that puts that in a package extremely well. So congratulations, young lady. That's a good bull as well.
Congratulations to Lot 4, Cisco Brothers LZ Farms, for your grand champion, Simmental Bull for the Nebraska Cattlmens Classic 2020. Your reserve grand champion going to Lot 8, Rodney Alberg. We are going to take a short break here. We'll be back in the show ring at 12:30. We've got some great options for lunch. You can visit Cactus Jack's or Cunningham's. Again, a short break. We'll be back at 12:30 here in the North Ring.
The Simmental show just concluded. We will start back up in the South Ring and North Ring at 12:30. The shows will resume at 12:30. Limousines in the South Ring and Red Angus in the North Ring.
good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to the 29th Annual Nebraska Cattlmens Classic. If everybody wants to start making their way back to the show ring, we're going to get our shows back underway. Again, if everybody wants to kind of make their way back on our north side of the ring, we will be starting our Red Angus show, and on the south side of the ring, we'll be starting our limousine show. So if everybody wants to kind of head on back to the show ring. Well, good afternoon. I was trying to rush the day away here, and welcome back. We're going to get our shows back underway in our south ring. we are going to have the limousine show first. So on our south side of the ring will be our limousine show. Again, want to recognize our official judge here this afternoon in the south ring is John McCurry. John is joining us from Burton, Kansas. His family has been in the registered Angus breed for many generations. So very honored to have John McCurry working our south ring as we get our limousine show underway. In our north side of the show ring, we're going to start our Red Angus show. And on our Red Angus show, again, want to recognize our judge in the north ring today is Mark Core. Mark is coming to you from Pleasantville, Iowa. Mark and his family have Boyert and Core Cattle Company, where they are engaged with several breeds, and they love working with the next generation, the youth in the beef industry. Mark also works for Vermeer Manufacturing. We welcome Mark back here in our north side of the show ring. With that, we're going to get our Red Angus show underway. Again, want to recognize assisting us emceeing all of our shows here this afternoon is KRVN Radio. KRVN has been a sponsor of the Classic all 29 years. With that, very honored to recognize announcing the north side of the ring is Miss Shaylee Peters, and announcing the south side is Susan Littlefield.
Well, welcome back. Hopefully you have had a great opportunity to snag some lunch. If not, you can grab your lunch and sit ringside as we move to the south side where we'll get underway with our limousine show. No, I can't see. Yeah, thanks. On the heifer side is where we are starting. Class 1, Lot 10 is M&M Farms from 3-8-19. There is one in Class 1.
And we'll kick things off over on the north side here with our Red Angus heifer show, featuring one class, 2 cattle, 2 heifers, Lot 8, Dagger or Angus, a birth date 1/15/19, and Lot 7 also Dagger or Angus, a birth date 1/14/19.
Really a nice entry here to start off and conclude, I guess, our limousine show, both a single entry. Just a beautifully patterned brood cow prospect here represent the limousine breed. She's so big and massive and bold in her rib and really maternal in her look, in her design. Again, an outstanding individual. Congratulations. She'll be our automatic champion.
Congratulations, your champion limousine female comes out of Class 1. It's Lot 10, M&M Farms. Getting the boys ready as we move over to the other side. In Class 2, Lot 8 is Knowles Limousines, 4-7-19. And Lot 7, Crazy Women Creek, 3-18-19. That'll be Class 2.
Well, a little unruly here, and this one right here, this 910 branded female, is going to win the class, and perhaps didn't get the best look at this one of the two, but here's why she's going to win the class. As she's bigger boned, she's a little more flexible down into her pastern. I like her body shape. I like her look. When that one decides to be a show heifer, I think that one's going to come together really, really nice. Young lady that's going to be second really did a nice job of getting this one presented, so I thought initially she was going to win because she is really long and extended, long-necked, long-sided, and good out through her hip. She's just one that doesn't have quite as much body shape, but maybe more importantly, she's just a little more up and high on her pastern. She'll be fine. She'll be a fine long-term brood cow. She'll be a fine show heifer if that's what you're looking for. I just didn't see her as maybe complete from end to end as the one that we're going to win the class off with. But a nice way to start our Red Angus show.
I'm going to use the young lady's bull here to start off this particular class. I think here's a bull that's a little bolder, deeper in his rib, really a little more complete in terms of the way you look at him from a phenotypic standpoint, and he's just better in terms of his profile. I think he has a definite advantage as he leaves you just in terms of having more cushion and in terms of his pastern and up there in his hock. The bull in two, a long, high-performing individual, not nearly as wide in terms of his overall construction down low. He's a big, stout, heavy structured individual. Maybe like to give him a little more attractive set to his hock as he leaves you.
Results from that single class of Red Angus heifers. Your grand champion Red Angus heifer, Lot 8, Dagger or Angus, and your reserve grand champion also going to Dagger or Angus with Lot 7. We now move into our Red Angus bulls. We'll have 3 classes of Red Angus bulls. This first class, Class 2, features Lot 6, KQM Show Cattle, Lot 5, KQM Show Cattle, and Lot 4, Benish Cattle Company. These are March 2019 bulls in the North Ring.
As we head over to the south side of the ring, results of Class 2. First went to Lot 8, Knowles Limousine, and second went to Lot 7, Crazy Women Creek. Ready to start Class 3. This includes Lot 6, Hunt Limousine Ranch, 226.19. Lot 5, Hunt Limousine Ranch, 218.19. And Lot 4, Knowles Limousines, 216.19. Entering the ring again is Class 3. Just a reminder, the bulls will sell tomorrow starting at noon, and then at 6:30 the opportunity for that pen of 5 females. You can go check them out outside just to the south side of the ring.
Got a really easy class winner in here on these spring bull calves in your limousine show these Februarys. I think the bull that wins, in my mind, he's easily the boldest and the deepest in his body. He's got as much dimension and shape and muscle throughout. I think a bull that combines that added depth and spring and durability with as much phenotypic balance and style and look. I'll be the first to admit maybe like to see him just a little more correct and laid back in the angle of his shoulder. But again, I think just a beef bull in the making in terms of his center body width and dimension. Bull like him in type and kind coming in 2. He again, a bull that's a little bolder in terms of the shape of his rib coming out of the top of his spine. Bull that just doesn't have that lower third and mass and dimension and really easy feeding type of a keeping and look in terms of his full rib back into his flank like her class winner. He's probably a little more flexible as he goes. He's more correct and laid back in the angle of his shoulder and more flexible from his hock down to the pastern. The big, tall, outlined red bull here that's going to conclude this class still has plenty of balance. From the front phenotype standpoint, he's really up-headed, really level line, square hip. He's got enough product and dimension. I'd just like to see him bolder in the shape of his rib, a little easier doing, looking into the base of his body and back into his flank, but a really high-performing, large outlined, weight per day of age driven type of a bull to conclude this particular class. Congratulations.
Well, on the Red Angus side, boy, we've got some differences here, and so you get to make the selection in terms of which of these bulls makes sense for you. But To me, the breeding bull is this one that's coming out here. He's long-bodied, he's sound structure, not the biggest bone one, not the biggest ended one, but he's elite looking up high. He's good in terms of flexibility and angles off both sides. He's got enough body shape to him. I just think a nice place to start. One and second doesn't have perhaps the elite look to him, but he's got more depth of body and more flank than the one that's right ahead of him. But he's got enough boldness in terms of his forerib. He too's one that ties himself together well and sound enough in his structure. You know, if you want the big-ended, big-top show bull, perhaps you would call this one that. And again, there's more bone here, there's more top, there's more end, there's more just kind of bulkiness. But this bull, to me, gets outside of his structure a little bit, just gets a little more rigid on both ends as I compare him to the other two kind of real long-bodied, kind of just practical-looking cattle. And so, again, I'm sure there's plenty of fans of each of those three bulls. You'll get to make that decision tomorrow.
Of the three in this class, all these bigger, older bulls, I think we're just going to leave them like we come in. I think the individual down here at this east end is just a combination bull. He's more complete throughout, and maybe of putting the two of these bulls that are their attributes to together. I think a really long spine, level-made individual. He's really sound and flexible as he goes. Maybe not the dimension of muscle as the bull we have in 3, but sure the length and extension of the bull in 2 with some added depth of body and spring of rib. The bull in 2, really a long patterned individual, super extended in his kind and flexible. He's flatter, smoother in terms of his joint work than the bull that's going to conclude the class. He picks up and goes a little better in terms of his hind leg as he goes, but really appreciate that added length and extension. No doubt the bull in 3 is a stouter constructed individual just from a muscle standpoint, but he's quite a bit shorter in terms of his stride, a little more jammed up in terms of his kind. He's just a little quicker and earlier maturing through that front 1/3 relative to the 2 that are up front, but an excellent trio of bulls.
Results from that first class of Red Angus bulls. Lot 6 at the top of the class, KQM Show Cattle. Second, Lot 5, KQM Show Cattle. And third, Lot 4, Benish Cattle Company. We now have Class 3 in the ring, a single entry Wangan Cattle Company with a February 2019 bull.
Well, an unruly rascal here in here all by himself. He's ready to go to your ranch and do what he wants to do for sure, and perhaps not be hanging out here in Kearney. But a big top, big-ended one. He for sure has got plenty of shape to him. You see that shape in his chest and how he comes all the way through the center portion of his skeleton, all the way back to his muscle calf. It looks like a bull up front, but yet is flat enough in his joints to keep everything in proportion. I just think a really nice, very useful kind of a bull to represent this age in the Red Angus show.
To conclude our limousine show, the young ladies brought lot 1 to us here, and he's in a really, really competitive kind of a bull. To me, he's right-sized, and I don't know if that size means everything to everybody. I'm not telling everybody what right is, but for me, he's right. Really bold-ribbed, really thick-ended bull. Probably has as much look and balance as anything we've seen throughout this breed, and to compel that with the fact that he's probably the soundest and most attractive in terms of his structural integrity as well. It makes this bull really, really competitive. We'll evaluate him again here in a minute for our champion limousine drive.
Again, that Class 3 featured Lot 3, Wangan Cattle Company, with that February 2019 bull. Our final class of Red Angus bulls this morning, Class 4, featuring Lot 1, Eric Schreiner, with an April 2017 bull.
Getting ready to enter now is your selection of your champion limousine bull. Representing Class 2 will be Lot 8, Knowles Limousine. In Class 3 will be Lot 5, Hunt Limousine Ranch. In Class 4, it'll be Lot 3, Fleischman Performance Limousine. And in Class 5, Lot 1, JLX Limousine. A rundown as they're getting ready to come back in from Class 4. Your first place is Lot 3, Fleischman Performance Limousines. They also had Lot 2 as second place and Lot 11X as third. In Class 5, it was Lot 1, JLX Limousine. Again, shortly we'll be making that selection of your champion limousine bull.
Well, I said it this morning while we've got a little bit of a crowd here. I love listening to the two gals on the microphone announcing the classes. I'm afraid to get on the mic after I hear real professionals at it, and so that's just really fun. Good young people, I'm sure, do a great job telling the ag story here in Nebraska. This bull here is darn near a 3-year-old, and so he's ready to go work. Calf that's flat-shouldered and kind of flat in his bone work and his design. From that perspective, good testicle development, long-sided, very extended up through his neck, sound enough in his structure. So a good complete package for sure.
That final class again of your Red Angus Bulls, Class 4, featured Lot 1, Eric Schreiner with that April 2017 bull. Will now bring back in all of our top of our classes for selection of Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion from that first class. Lot 6, KQM Show Cattle. They'll also have Lot 5 with their March 2019 bulls. Class 3, Lot 3, Wangan Cattle Company with a February 2019 bull. And Class 4, again, Lot 1, Eric Schreiner with that April 2017 bull. Again, this is for selection of our Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion, Red Angus bull. The sale will be tomorrow. Sales start at noon and run throughout the afternoon.
We get to the conclusion of our limousine show here, and again, not a lot of numbers, but again, I think that enough diversity to sure appeal to the different buyer set in terms of type and kind of bulls. Our front two bulls up here are just in reverse order of each other. We've got our second class winner there leading off. I think Lot 5 is his tag. I really like the body type and build of that bull in terms of his body shape and dimension. Has plenty of muscle mass and maybe, you know, I'm not going to call him light boned, and that doesn't bother me. To have muscle maybe without bone, which kind of gives a bull a little bit breeding flexibility in terms of going out and working and having some low birth, high growth, kind of stouter designed calves. The bull in 2, again, maybe just a little more streamlined in terms of his body type. He doesn't have that really deep center portion of his body like that calf. The bull that comes out of Class 3 really loved his length and extension compared to the two. There was 2 bulls in that class, especially that were super long pattern or really extended into the kind. And then we conclude our show with, to me, the standard of quality, and that bull is going to be your champion. Congratulations. I think that bull super competitive and complete in his type and kind. He'll be your champion. Going to come back and use Lot 5 up here for your reserve. Congratulations.
One of the reasons why I like to judge is I like to consider myself a lifelong learner, or maybe some would say a slow learner. But just fun listening to John talk about bone and muscle and that combination. You know, he's ran more cows in a year and I've ran in 10. And so it's fun to hear kind of a real world ranch discussion about these cattle. So fun for me for sure. We get here on the Red Angus side, had a nice little bull show. I think some bulls that really go out and do you well, depending on what's important to you. I think reserve is a little closer, perhaps, but there's one bull that I like real well in class that's really nice in the front 1/3 of his body. His top line holds together extremely well, but yet enough flexibility to make him really good at the ground. Not the deepest, soggiest middled one, but kind of one that's fresh in his makeup, and I think has been managed right to go out and not melt down, but just be a really good-looking, long-bodied, really productive kind of a herd bull. So that's going to be this young lady that's right out front here. So congratulations. It's a nice calf. Again, I think reserve is closer. I sure like the bull that we followed him up in class with. Presented really well to us today. Really a lot like our class winner. Perhaps just not quite as flexible down into his pastern, but really similar in his design. I think the one that's right behind him is a little more flexible down low. Maybe doesn't give us quite the presence. So I think it's awful close. I'm going to go ahead and leave this pair together that come out of our first class. So congratulations.
Congratulations on our champion limousine bull, Lot 1, JLX Limousine, and your reserve champion limousine bull is Lot 5, Hunt Limousine Ranch. Momentarily on the south side, we'll be starting off with our Galvay show. That'll be starting out with the heifers. Just a reminder, the bulls will sell tomorrow starting at noon. Heifers sell on Friday at noon. And we do have our Pen of 5 heifer sale that gets underway at 6:30 tomorrow evening. You can take time to view those heifers as well. They're just outside to the south side of the building.
Congratulations to KQM Show Cattle, taking both Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Red Angus Bull. Grand Champion going to their Lot 6 and Reserve to Lot 5. Again, congratulations KQM Show Cattle. That'll wrap up our Red Angus show. We'll move shortly into our Shorthorn show.
Again, as you're enjoying your afternoon here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic, would invite you to go back in the stalls and visit with all of these consigners about the cattle they have here and learn about their operations. Again, go back and visit with the breeders. Also want to point out we've got our commercial heifer Pen of 5s that are right out front here on the south side of the building, and I believe Purina is playing their videos under the tent there, so make sure and look at the cattle and visit with the breeders here at the Cattlemen's Classic. Again, we're going to get our Shorthorn show underway here in the North Show, and on our south side of the ring we're going to get the Galvay show underway.
As we move into our Shorthorn show on the north side, in the north ring here, we feature two classes in this first class of heifers. Lot 9, Bar S Cattle Company with an April 2019 heifer. Lot 8, Crawford Family Shorthorns with an April 2019 heifer. And Lot 7, Kegley Cattle with a March 2019 heifer. Again, this is our first class of Shorthorn heifers. Again, as we move through our shows this afternoon, we'd like to give a shout out to our cornerstone sponsors. You'll see them handing out awards and walking around helping out anywhere they can. Purina Feed, Platte Valley Auto, Aurora Cooperative, Cunningham's Journal, Corteva, Biozyme, Heartland, Chevrolet Buick, and Pony Express out of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Also, Southeast Community College, you'll see them helping out in the ring, keeping things moving along here. A big shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors and help here throughout our shows today.
Well, I haven't placed the cattle on this side, almost like phone a friend and have John come over and tell me what to do, and I'll talk about why. All three of these cattle are so uniquely different from each other, and so a lot of things go through your mind in terms of how to bring them together, and then you finally say, you know, generally, we're presenting these cattle today and giving a few comments, and you get to be the final judge, but I'll talk about them, and then I'll tell you how we're going to place them. The heifer that stands up front here, she's got the fewest holes in her. If I take a look at her size, I take a look at her length, and I take a look at her soundness of structure, she's not the most fancy in her presentation today. Doesn't want to just become a real show heifer here, but she gets out and moves good. Her bone work is pretty solid. Her foot size is good. It's just a matter of, is there enough kind of specialness to her basic build for her to be able to win the class. But I look at that one and say, if we were going to take one home and really get after it in terms of feeding one, I think she'll stay moderate, she'll stay sound, and she'll bloom up and be really competitive. The show heifer here, I assume people would say, would be the one that's standing second. So highly presented to us today and highly shown, and she's the one that's got the most natural forerib shape to her. She's got the most shape to the center portion of her skeleton and back into her stifle. She's good topped and good ended. Proportionally, she's really good. I think the challenge with this one is that she's going to stay flexible enough on either end, and I'm sure she will stay flexible enough to be a nice show heifer and a cow. But of the three, she's kind of the most round in her makeup and the most restricted off the rear too. So now this heifer down here, she's got more bone than any of them, long-bodied, nicely presented to us today. But this one's plenty big for me. And again, if that moderates and stays fine, or if you like one that's a little bigger, and I think we are making these cattle perhaps in the show ring just a little bigger, but as I read her indicators, just a little longer headed and longer legged, and so kind of where does she end up at from an ultimate frame size perspective. So that's my thoughts. I'm going to go set the mic down, and then we'll point out 1, 2, and 3. Again, it's your folks alongside the ring and at the heifer sale on Friday deciding which ones of these cattle make the most sense for you.
Results from this first class of Shorthorn heifers. Coming in at the top, Lot 9, Boris Cattle Company. Second, Lot 7, Kegley Cattle. And third, Lot 8, Crawford Family Shorthorns. We'll move into our second and final class, a Shorthorn Plus class of heifers. Single entry. Lot 10, Beach Family Cattle with a May 2019 heifer.
Now that the girls are all primped and ready, we're going to get underway with the Gelve show here on the south side.
Thank you. So the Shorthorn show going younger here, a May female, really elite in her look for sure. That's a little head, skinny neck, extended up through the front 1/3 of her body, big topped and big ended, nice depth of rib and depth of flank. Hopefully this one will stay flexible enough, and I'm sure she will, but boy, from there up, that's quite a look. You can see it right there. That'd be a fun project for sure. So we'll see her back in the final drive.
All right, here are the girls for Class 1. We're going to start out with Lot 30, M&P Gelve, 5/2019. Lot 29 is Barwick Gelve, 5/2019. And Lot 28, September Farms, 5/4/19. This is Class 1 for the Gelve show for the heifers.
Results from that single entry final class, Shorthorn class, Lot 10, Beach Family Cattle with that May 2019 heifer. We'll bring her back in along with the top 2 from our first class, including Lot 9, Bar S Cattle Company with an April 2019 heifer, and Lot 7, Kegley Cattle with that March 2019 heifer. This will be for selection of champion, Shorthorn female, and reserve grand champion. Don't forget, heifers will sell starting at noon on Friday and run throughout the afternoon. Also on Friday at 7 p.m., you can see that Supreme Row. Thursday will feature sales starting at noon for the bulls. 6:30 p.m., that Pen of 5 heifer sale. You can check those out on the south side of the building as well.
We're going to start with the red heifer here as we start our Gelve show this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. Here's the big, bold-ribbed, high-performing, really big-ended individual that's easily got the most substance and dimension. She takes it to the ground. I think a female maybe gets a little outclassed by either of the black heifers behind her through her front 1/3, but still just so much substance, mass, and dimension to go with that, especially for her particular age. Female, I think, dominates. And then you go to the ground. Here's a female that's got more flexibility in terms of her. They're right there at her hock and a lot more cushion at the ground in terms of her pasterns. Going to use the heifer in 2 that's just a really up-headed individual, comes high into the top of her shoulder, really maternal in terms of her rib shape, flat in terms of her bone work. Maybe like to relax her in terms of the way she goes in terms of her rear pasterns relative to our class winner, but she's still a little more flexible than the female we're going to round out. Undoubtedly, the heifer that's really easy to look at in terms of her profile, and her balance. To me personally, I'd like to drop her back right there from her forerib back into her rear flank, but most critically is just ease her up in terms of her flexibility. I'd like to make her more flexible at her upper hip, her pastern, and her hock all at the same time. Congratulations to these Gelve exhibitors.
Well, on the Shorthorn side, small heifer show, we talked about some differences within the cattle, but certainly give you some options, and that's what's exciting. This heifer that come out of the first class, and again, I'm sure maybe that was a surprise. She's not as perhaps bloomy in condition and hair, and she doesn't come out here and just really get herself presented. But I believe that's the most fault-free female that we've seen in our show, because she's sound structured, she's long-sighted, she just does everything really well. And I've talked about all day, go buy those that get better every day instead of ones that have peaked, and the ones that can be true projects for you if you're looking for a show heifer. And I think that's the kind. And the one out of the second class, unique looking, and so really fun. If this one does the right things at the surface, then that look is phenomenal, and that look will get you a darker colored ribbon and for sure than not having that look. The challenge is, to me, it's just where she's going to land structure-wise. And we talked about the second place, that heifer's a little bigger, but our place, what's always worked and what's working today for us is we start at the ground, we make them basic in their build so they're long-term, and then we try to get the top part of the animal as good as we can, but we will not sacrifice movement in what we do. And so from that perspective, I'm going to leave those two Class 1 cattle together. They're the soundest, most flexible out here. But all three of these are interesting opportunities for you. So congratulations.
Switching gears over here to the Gelby side, I think we've got a really a competitive individual just come to us here in this March class, a heifer that's just so well put together from a balance perspective. I think a female that's really proportional in everything that she does. She's so up-headed, she's so maternal in her rib. Got that really striking look here from the profile off of her hip and her hind leg. A female that could sure stand some competition. The heifer in 2, just a little more conventional in her build. She's a little more modern in her kind, just a little rounder in her overall features through her front 1/3, her shoulder, and maybe from her hooks to her pins off of her hip and her hind leg. But offers a lot of power and dimension, an awful nice project. But again, a really attractive individual to lead off with.
Congratulations to Bar S Cattle Company with Lot 9, your grand champion, Shorthorn female, reserve grand champion going to Kegley Cattle with Lot 7. Again, congratulations to Bar S Cattle Company and Kegley Cattle. That'll wrap up our females for the Shorthorn show. We'll move over into our bulls. This first class is single entry, Class 3, Lot 6, HK Shorthorns with an April 2019 bull.
Here's the results of Class 2, Lot 26. September Farms will be in first place. Lot 25, Diamond V. Galvey in second. We're getting ready to bring in our late junior heifer for the calf championship. In Class 1, first place was Lot 30, M&P Galvey. Lot 28 in second place from September Farms. And again, Class 2, first place was Lot 26, September Farms, and second was 25, Diamond V. Galvey. Just a reminder, there's $4,000 worth of prize opportunities for these heifers in the Galvey show. Make sure that you visit with the breeders if you'd like more information on that. Again, we're just making the selection. Oh, $5,000. They just told me a different number. $5,000. 5,300. You're just going to keep upping the money, aren't you, Ronette? Well, the breeders, thank you. Thank you, breeders, for upping that. It's now $5,300 in prize opportunities on these heifers. Make sure you spend time talking to the breeders for more information. Making the selection now of your late junior heifer calf champion.
I didn't hear the first part of that. Is $5,300 for the judges? I didn't hear that. So John and I will split that. Nice bull calf here to start our Shorthorn show. April 4th bull. Young man said he weighed 900 and some pounds. Proportionally, he's really good. He's got a good amount of bone to go with his upper shape. He's long-bodied. He stays sound enough in his structure. And so a younger bull with some performance and some doability, and so that's cool. We'll take a closer look at him. We come back in for our final drive.
As to be expected when you come to Nebraska, the quality of the Gelbys are just really set to a new level, and I think if this is a testament of what's to come here in just first division, we've got an awful nice trio in front of us. I think undoubtedly the heifer that comes out of Class 2, she's going to be your calf champion. Going to use the red heifer out of Class 1 to be your reserve in this particular division. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Again, that first class single entry of our Shorthorn bulls featured Lot 6, HK Shorthorns, with their April 2019 bull. We'll bring our second class, Class 4 of Shorthorn bulls, into the ring now, featuring Lot 4, Eisenhower Livestock, with a February 2019 bull. Lot 3, Crawford Family Shorthorns, with a January 2019 bull. And Crawford Family Shorthorns bring that third one in, Lot 2, with a January 2019 bull. This is Class 4 Shorthorn bulls.
Here's your results of your late junior heifer calf champion on the Galvey side. It'll go to Lot 26 out of Class 2, September Farms. Your late junior heifer calf reserve champion is Lot 30 out of Class 1, M&P Galvey. Entering the ring now is Class 3, Lot 24, Riddle Cattle Company of 223.19. Lot 23, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms, 210.19, and Lot 22, Barwick Galvey, 21 of 19. Just a reminder, $5,300 worth of prize opportunities for these heifers in the Galvey. Make sure you stop and visit with the breeders for more information.
Again, another individual to start off with that's really, really easy to do. Female that's the right size in terms of her kind. But her balance just wins her this particular class. That combined again with her structure, a female that's so bold and deep in her terms of her rib shape and sound as she goes. I think she's really, really unique as you study those cattle to have that tract of a set of a hind leg and right there from her pasture into the ground to have that much flexibility and cushion. She's built for the long haul. The two heifers in second and third you can kind of do either way with. The female in two, a real high performing, stout, topped, big-ended individual. Both these heifers need to be tweaked in terms of their travel. I just like the performance advantage in the heifer in two. The heifer in three is just quite a bit more restricted in the set and travel off of her hind two. Really like to make her more flexible and fore-reaching in terms of her stride to make her built in terms of longevity, just like to ease her up in terms of her angles.
Well, I love variety, and I think particularly show and sale, there's a lot of advantages to that, and we have that in here. The show bull in here, but I think the most functional in the bottom one-third of his body is going to be this roan one. He's a good-looking rascal. His top design is really good. His bone work is really cool because it's broad but yet flat enough in the joints, and he's the most flexible out here off both ends. So really a nice combination to start with. I think a second and third, the bull I'm going to use, I give up a little bit of shape and body, perhaps to just get one that's tied together a little better at his shoulder and just a little more angulated up front. So his flexibility is a little greater than the one that's right behind him. But he's a long-sided calf. He, too, is really attractive. His top line's awesome. He's really jack-necked. I think that one's going to give you some kind of elite-looking, stylish-looking calves with some grow to them. The one that's going to complete the class, deep body, deep flank, bold-chested, big-topped, and big-ended. So if you're looking for muscle, shape, dimension, moderation, he's the bull for you. I didn't see him as flexible off either end as what I saw in the top two, but he brings you some unique traits for sure.
Here's the results of Class 3. Lot 24 from Riddle Cattle Company was first. Lot 23, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms at second. And Lot 22, Barwick Galvey is third. Entering the ring now, getting lined up, is Class 4. Lot 21, M&P Galvey, 128.19. Lot 20, Diamond V. Galvey, 123.19. Lot 19, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms, 113.19. Lot 18, Steinkruger Farms, 111.19, and Lot 17, Barwick Galvey, 111.19. That'll wrap up Class 4 and in the ring now.
Results from Class 4 of those Shorthorn bulls. Coming in at the top, Lot 4, Eisenhower Livestock with that February 2019 bull. Second, Lot 2, Crawford Family Shorthorns. And third, Lot 3, Crawford Family Shorthorns with their January 2019 bulls. Our final class of Shorthorn bulls is in the ring now, Class 5, featuring Lot 1, 3BC Cattle Company with their June 2018 bull.
Take a look at this bull, folks. It's just a single entry in this age group of your Shorthorn deal, but man, that's fun to look at. Just a calf that's elite in terms of his look. Got some masculinity up front, but yet carries himself in a way through the rest of his skeleton that will be sound long term, will be practical in terms of size, the doability and fleshing that I think he's going to put out to his daughters will be really impressive. You get behind him, true, natural, genuine shape, skeletally, and muscle dimension is awful impressive. So we'll take a look at him when we get him back in for the final drive.
In this class, the Gelbey heifers, again, a little more diversity and just in terms of types and kind, growth curves and management practices, probably But I think the heifer that is easily the most complete in combination and wins this class pretty handily is the young ladies down on this end. She's the appropriately sized heifer that's really bold in terms of her body, really easy doing in terms of her look, yet really clean in terms of her lines, and that goes both of her underline. She's quite a bit cleaner about her navel than a heifer or two right behind her, but a female I think just balances up really, really well and really sound as she goes. The heifer in 2 here I think is another female that's really attractive through that front 1/3 in terms of her shape of her neck. Maybe not through the base of her neck in terms of her jowl or down through her chest, but just as you study those cattle coming down their pole to the top of their shoulder, here's a female really feminine in the design of her neck. She's really maternal in terms of her rib shape, a little more moderate in terms of her kind, but I think a female that can definitely get out and go as well, just a nickel better than the female in 3. One, the stand female in 3 that's just really, really striking, because her neck comes up high out of the top of her shoulder. The young man's got a nice job of getting her clipped out and square off that hooks to those pins. But you put that female in motion. She wants to compensate by getting her top up as she goes to make her relax underneath in terms of just getting closer to filling her tracks. We want those cattle to be really nearly level as they go and maybe even be a little soft in their top to be able to have that longevity in terms of structural correctness. No doubt the high-performing, really massively built heifer here coming out in 4th. Female just like to give quite a bit more quality to get her up through any more higher in terms of her front 1/3. Some of that's maybe just the way she's fed. Female we'd like to tone down in terms of her body condition. The heifer that we liked, a lot of maternal looks to her about her. She's going to have a beautiful udder structure underneath her going forward. I'd like to make her more ladylike about both her face and through the base of her neck and her chest. Maybe make her a little bolder through the forerib back into her flank. Give her a little more attractive set off of that rear too. But still, again, really maternal, probably a little neater design than the heifer just directly in front of her.
Well, as we get ready to pick our champion Shorthorn bull, again, some different types and kinds, but a good representation out here. And we talked about the first class winner, a little greener as an April bull, but he's done well. I think he gives us a nice look and some appeal and balance. The one that come out of our second class, I thought did a really nice job of combining some structure in terms of correctness and structure in terms of stoutness with some muscle dimension. I think he as well represents that age group incredibly well, and I think will do a lot of good for whoever decides to take him home. And then our bigger bull, our older, nearly 2-year-old bull that comes out here, he just does a lot of things extremely well. Yeah, maybe a little lower shoulder, but besides that, he's an impressive rascal. It's fun to see bulls like this that have stayed to this point in time in their career to give us a good look, have powered up and done things really well. So I wish I could be here Friday night because I think your Supreme Row and Supreme Drive is going to be really, really impressive. I feel like American Idol. I'm going to go ahead and send this one on to that Supreme show. You okay with that? Congratulations. Good luck. With that in mind, I'm going to follow him up with this Rowan bull right here. I think those two are both really, really nice Shorthorn bulls. So congratulations to everyone.
We get back out here in the selection of our spring heifer calf champion. I think the young man's heifer down here in the hat just pretty well dominates this particular lineup and just combining balance and phenotype out here from the profile, but that structural integrity that Mark was talking about in terms of priorities of building livestock, building them from the ground up. She's built her basic foot there in the ground so well in terms of her angles and her flexibility. She'll be your champion in this particular division. With that said, young man, if you'll pull up into contention, I think the discussion for reserve in this particular division becomes quite a bit closer. I think both these heifers kind of resemble each other, being a little chuffier through their front 1/3, maybe just not quite as attractive and striking as our class winner. For me, the heifer that most likely fits her is a female the young lady's got, comes out of class 2, really a lot more extended in terms of her type and kind, maybe a little fresher through the base of her chest. Congratulations, young lady. You'll have a reserve division champion.
Bringing it back to the North Ring, congratulations to 3BC Cattle Company, your grand champion, Shorthorn Bull, featuring Lot 1, and your reserve grand champion, Lot 4, Eisenhower Livestock. Again, congratulations to 3BC Cattle Company, your grand champion, Shorthorn Bull.
Jumping over now to the south side in Class 4, here was the results. First place is Lot 21, M&P Galvey. Second place is Lot 17, Barwick Galvey. Third is Lot 18, Steinkruger Farms. Fourth will go to lot 19, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms, and fifth to lot 20, Diamond v. Galvay. Your early junior heifer calf champion is lot 24, Riddle Cattle Company, and your early junior heifer reserve is lot 21, M&P Galvay. Entering the ring now is our last class of heifers. This is lot 16, September Farms, 318.18, and lot 15, September Farms, 318.18. And just a reminder, there is $5,300 worth of prize opportunities for these heifers in the Galvay. You got to visit with a breeder to find out more information.
All right, let's kick off our Maine Anjou show now here on the north side. We'll start with our heifers. We've got a single class of heifers. This features Lot 9, Bar S Cattle Company with an April 2019 heifer. Lot 8, DeYoung Ranch with a March 2019 heifer. And Lot 7, Melina Lindstrom with a March 2019 heifer. Again, we are into our Maine Anjou show here in the north ring.
We get our last class of the Galvay show in here, these two heifers, lot 15 and 16. We're going to start with 16. I think a heifer, there's a little more of her. I think she's a nickel longer as well, but more critically in my mind as she goes, she's just more correct in the relaxation of her top line. She doesn't want to compensate and get up. I think a female that's really long patterned and really sound structured. No doubt the heifer in 2 here, I think lot 15 is a little more refined in her teat size and placement as they would project these heifers into production here pretty quick, it looks like. Female not quite as long, but I guess my bone to pick with hers is that she goes and she's excited, but she wants to get up in her top line there about mid-rib. Just like to see her a little more relaxed like our class winner.
As we're starting our Maine Anjou show over here, I want to take just a moment and talk about all the junior opportunities at the Cattlmens Classic. As you've been watching all of the shows here today, remember the scholarship program the Nebraska Cattlmens Classic has. Taken by any of these heifers, by any of our prospect steers or fancy heifers that will be featured on Saturday, get signed up and have the opportunity to win back. The Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic will present over $15,000 in scholarships back to boys and girls that buy a heifer or steer at the Classic. And you don't got to be in high school. We've got a junior division, an intermediate division, a senior division. We do some fun tours in the summer. We do some interviews with the kids, and so lots of opportunities with all of these heifers here at the Cattlemen's Classic. Also want to remind you, at 5 o'clock today, we will have our Aspiring Young Cattleman Heifer Show, where we've got 5 bred heifers in here that we will pick a champion and a reserve champion with them. Also want to let you know at 5 o'clock, Coon Night is serving up some prime rib sandwiches. So hang around, guys. We've got a great afternoon. And again, at Coon Night, they're going to serve up some prime rib sandwiches. So stop by and visit the Coon Night, guys. We've got a great afternoon at the Cattlemen's Classic.
We're bringing them in now to make the selection of your champion Galvay female. Real quick, your results of Class 5. First will go to Lot 16, September Farms. Second is to Lot 15, September Farms. Those will be your senior heifer champion and reserve champion. Entering the ring now is for late junior heifer, Lot 26 from September Farms. Lot 30 is your reserve. That comes from M&P Galvay. In the early junior heifer, Lot 24, Riddle Cattle Company, and Lot 21 is your reserve, M&P Galvay. And then your senior heifer, Lot 16, September Farms. Reserve is Lot 15, September Farms. Again, the selection of your champion and reserve champion Galvay. And just a reminder again, $5,300 worth of prize opportunities for these heifers in the Galvay. You've got to go visit a Galvay breeder for further details.
Just one class of mains, but we've got 3 really nice heifers with a lot of future. The one that's more advanced for sure in terms of her condition and hair and presentation and maturity is going to be our champion, but she is good, folks. And I appreciate again that their kind of willingness to probably commit to this show and to bring one of this elite status to this show. If this one was at our house, she'd have been sold a long time ago for quite a bit of money. And so it'll be fun to see what she brings on Friday, because it's hard to build these cattle like this that are structurally sound, especially now that her attitude suddenly just kind of turned. Once she won, she was happy. So that's all it took. But that one is nicely designed from end to end. Not the longest sided one that we've seen today, but boy, that's going to be a fun project. After I placed them, I asked her what she was. I like how she's bred as well. That one should do all the right things long term. The one that's in second's more extended than the one that's right ahead of her for sure. She gives up some depth of body and sogginess to the middle 1/3 of her body compared to her. But again, that one will get better and better every day. Her structure is really good, and if you take a look at flexibility of a hock and pastern, that one's going to stay sound. And that one's going to get better and better every day. That if it's a show heifer, every day your young people work on her, they're going to come to the house and be even more excited. One that completes the class, I think perhaps doesn't have quite as much depth of body in relation to her skeletal size today. But again, a heifer that's enough flexibility. Pretty impressive to bring 3 kind of show heifer looking individuals in here, but yet be flexible enough off both ends. If that's right, you can build the rest over time. If you're patient and intense at what you're doing, you can make that one awful competitive as well.
We're here in selection of your champion of reserve gelding females. I think a really good offering throughout the day. Females that are kind of the keep you out of the ditches, keep you in the business kind of cattle. In terms of their function and practicality. I think that to get down to nitpicking, and it's the little things that keeps these 2 heifer calves probably up in my mind in terms of their contention, and just to describe the subtle differences between the 2 of them. The gentleman's heifer over here on the east wall, I think so youthful and feminine in her type and kind. She's really, really sleek in the design of her neck, and it comes high to the top of her shoulder. For as fresh and youthful as she is, she's got a world of body mass and dimension underneath her, really square off of that hip and off of her hind leg, really attractive. Maybe not just the outreaching and the extras in terms of this, the way this heifer in 2 is built or right there at her pasterns, but still very, very sound. The heifer in second, a young gentleman's done an incredible job. She's obviously going to be a project for anyone of any particular age going forward. She is so attractive, again, too, from her shoulders forward, about her head and her neck. She's probably rounder at the top side of her rib, coming out of the top of her skeleton. Female, it's definitely got more dimension in between her pins, just in terms of overall sheer muscle mass. Maybe just a little farther along in her condition as you see her through the base of her chest and her udder development. But we love the basic build at the ground that this heifer has. With that said, she's going to be your champion, young man. Come back up here and use this one for reserve. A great pair of heifer calves to end the day on in this gelding lineup.
Bringing it back to the North Ring, congratulations to Melina Lindstrom with Lot 7. That's going to be your grand champion, Maine Anjou female. And Lot 8, your reserve grand champion, DeYoung Ranch, with those March heifers. We move right into our Maine Anjou bulls here in the North Ring. This first class, Class 2, features Lot 5, Paxton Cattle with a March 2019 bull, and Lot 4, Peterson Brothers Cattle with a February 2019 bull. Again, we are into our Maine Anjou bulls here in the North Ring.
Again, congratulations. Your champion Galvay female on the south side comes from Lot 24, Riddle Cattle Company. And your reserve champion Galvay female is Lot 26, September Farms. Again, just a reminder, $5,300 worth of prize opportunities for heifers in the Galvay. Find that Galvay breeder for more information. We're getting ready to move on to the bull side of the show. This will be Class 6, Lot 14 from September Farms, 3919.
I haven't placed these yet, just for kind of convenience and be able to talk about them. This first bull walked in, and I thought, you know, that can be a champion bull. And you always like to see that as a judge. Next bull walked in, and I thought it's going to be a tough decision in this particular class, and I'll talk about the differences between them. The one that stands out front now, he's the one that does a lot of things really well in just terms of profile and design. I don't know as if he's quite as bold, and he's four-rib. I don't know if there's just quite as much natural horizontal width through the center portion of his skeleton in him as the one that's right behind him. But boy, that's a good rascal that's growthy. It's got some pounds per day of age, and he's got some just overall substance to him. I think that one's going to be a good herd bull that do you a lot of good. The one that stands behind him, a month older, but just more bull, I think, in terms of just four-rib shape with the skeleton. I don't know if he's got any more muscle shape when you get behind, but I do think it's just his width of body has got an advantage. Probably a little more attractive up front, probably just a little more flexible from behind. In a tough decision, but this bull, number 4, will win your class. This really good bull will be second behind. That's a nice pair of Maine Anjou bulls.
Starting off your Gelby show here, just a single entry March calf, and as we just got out of the heifer show, I think here's a calf that really resembles a heifer that was probably reserved, and just in terms of their type and kind. Again, really practical, really functional, a bold rib, deep bodied bull. It's got plenty of muscle dimension. He's sound enough as he goes. Again, I think just a really practical, functional kind of a turnout herd bull here in the making. A bull that's really advanced in his testicular development. A calf that I think can sure stand some competition. Congratulations, young lady.
Results from that first class of Maine Anjou bulls coming in at the top of the class. Lot 4, Peterson Brothers Cattle with their February 2019 bull. Second, Lot 5, Paxton Cattle with their March 2019 bull.
And on the south side, the results of Class 6, Lot 14, September Farms. About ready to bring in Class 7. Class 7 includes Lot 13 from Steinkruger Farms, 21219. Lot 12, Barwick Gelvey, 2819. Lot 11 is Riddle Cattle Company, 2319. Lot 10, John C. Oswald and Son Farms, 2319. And Lot 9, M&P Galvey, born 2219. That'll be bringing Class 7 about to enter the ring.
Our final class of Maine Anjou bulls joins us in the ring now here on the north side. This features Class 3, Lot 3, DeYoung Ranch with a 9-13-18 bull. DeYoung Ranch also has Lot 2 with a 9-12-18 bull. And Lot 1, 3BC Cattle Company with a 9-2-18 bull. Again, this is our final class, Class 3 of Maine Anjou bulls. As we work through our bulls this afternoon, don't forget, if you see something you like, the bull sales kick off tomorrow, 12 p.m. with our Hereford bulls and run through the afternoon. Catalogs are over on the west side of the ring here if you want to look at something specific. And a big thank you to our cornerstone sponsors as well. You'll see them helping throughout the day along with setups right along the rings here. Purina Feed, Platte Valley Auto, Aurora Cooperative, Cunningham's Journal, Corteva, Biozyme, Platte Valley Auto, Heartland Chevrolet Buick, and Pony Express in Gothenburg.
you need a bull, you're at the right place. I just think all three of these, it's so exciting to me to see Maine bulls at this age, this functional, cattle that have got some pounds of performance and some muscle shape to them, and combine that in a package that's going to stay in the right situation. And the one that wins the class here, he's trying to exit on me, but that's fine. I just think of the three, he does the most in terms of just bone and structure and total amount of muscle mass. Doesn't probably handle his top as well as the one that's right behind, but they take an overall package. He's really nice. The two remaining, the most power and the most depth of body, the most muscle dimension is in this red bull here. Clean and neat up through his front end, but yet masculine down the top of his neck. One that'll get out and move pretty well. A little rounder made, perhaps, but with that, you get some muscle and power. What's going to complete the class is the smooth-shouldered, flat-jointed one that does a lot of things well in terms of just length, in terms of size and growth. You get behind him, there's a good amount of muscle shape. From the side, he's just a little tighter hearted. He's a little more shallow in his body work than the top two.
We'll welcome back here into the North Ring the top of both of our Maine Anjou bull classes for selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Champion. From that first class, Class 2, featuring Lot 4 Peterson Brothers cattle with their February 2019 bull, and Lot 5 Paxton cattle with their March 2019 bull. From that Class 3, Lot 1, 3BC Cattle Company with their September 2018 bull, and Lot 2, DeYoung Ranch with their September 2018 bull. Again, this is for selection of your Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion, Maine Anjou bull.
Sometimes it's fun to be away from work, and sometimes it's not. So I work at Vermeer, and I just got a text. We inadvertently sent out 50,000 emails to our customers in a test environment. So if you got one of those, disregard. And I can't imagine what kind of mess that is. So I'm glad I'm here. That's probably a better place to be. Our champion Maine Anjou Bull Division, as a Maine breeder and a lot of history with Maines, I believe in the cattle and I believe in what they can do, and I'm proud to see what these breeders have been able to bring out here to present to you. I think any of these four bulls and all of them that we've seen provide a lot of value. As we get down to our champion between our top two class winners, I was pretty high on this bull out of our first class, and I still am. I just think of the bulls that are all very high quality, he's the one that gives us basic build and design and attractiveness all in one package. Good up front, good down his top line, fine out through his hip. His rear leg structure is cool looking but flexible and functional, deep enough body, deep enough back through his flank, and got enough muscle shape to him. Going to send one more to that Supreme Drive. So congratulations. Good luck. I think reserve is a little closer. I sure like these two bulls out of our first class when they come in there. And we get down here, you know, the differences I see between these cattle is our big bull does a nicer job from behind in terms of just flexibility. He's another bull that's attractive enough in his look and got some depth of body. Maybe doesn't keep himself as tightly put together up front, perhaps, as the one that's right behind him. We take a look at our second class winner. He just does a lot of things really well. Not the skinniest necked one, but certainly one that balances from there, certainly all the way back. And so, but yet just a little more restricted on his rear too. But I think of the two, the one that's most rightly designed, out of his shoulder, down into his knee, and how parallel he comes to the surface in comparison and alignment to with his spine is going to be this another calf out of our first class. So congratulations.
Over here on the Gelby side, excuse me, I think just a clear-cut winner in this bull that's going to leading around here. A bull that's just so massive and masculine through that front 1/3, and it leads off into what's yet to come because he's easily the boldest in his rib and one of the most powerfully constructed bulls as he goes away from you. I think that combined with his just added performance, especially over the bull in 2, compelled with his just exterior look, you know, his phenotypic look, the look and the presence of a herd bull, a beef bull, he dominates this particular class. The bull in 2 is just most like him in terms of his type and kind. He just comes to us in a little more conventional package in terms of his size. Don't read near the future growth and size. If you're looking for a Gelby opportunity to moderate a cow without sacrificing just quality and substance and mass, body and muscle, here's the bull that'll do that. I think, again, he's one of those that combines that added look and presence with that soundness and structure. From there, we shift gears to a bull that's just a little bit longer, a little more extended, not nearly as pulled apart in terms of his center body width and dimension. A bull that's got a little more skeletal length and extension to bring to the table from a breeding flexibility. The bull that's in 4th, and undoubtedly the performance-driven individual in this particular class, weight per day of age, just sheer size and mass and dimension. To me, from a show ring presence, he's just not nearly put together neat enough, and it starts right there in his face and his neck and his chest, his underline in terms of his sheath. We'd like to see him just cleaner from that regard. He's, again, one of those bulls. He's just a real powerful turnout bull, and he has got the largest scrotal circumference in this particular class by quite some margin. The bull that rounds out this particular class kind of just comes short today from a performance perspective, but I think balance is what starts him to this end of the class. The bull that's a little more jammed up through that front 1/3. He's quite a bit steeper and rounder from hooks to pins, but again, a nice way to enter class. A bull that's still got plenty of muscle and product. Congratulations.
Here's your results of Class 7. First, we'll go to Steinkruger Farms, Lot 13. Second is Lot 11, Riddle Cattle Company. Third is Lot 9, M&P Galvey. Fourth is Lot 10, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms. And Lot 5 to Barwood Galvey, Lot 12. About to enter the ring now will be our Class 8. Lot 7, J.J. Beeler, 130.19. Lot 6, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms, 124.19. Lot 5, J.J. Beeler, 116.19. Lot 4, J.J. Beeler, 115.19. And Lot 3, J.J. Beeler, 113.19. That'll be our next class coming in for the Galvey. That'll be Class 8. Again, just a reminder that the bulls will sell tomorrow starting at noon. Then at 6:30, the Pen of 5 heifer sale will take place. You can view those Pen of 5 heifers not only outside, but over as well. In the Purina tent, they have the video going, and then the heifers will sell at noon on Friday.
Bringing it back to the North Ring, congratulations to Peterson Brothers Cattle. Lot 4, your grand champion, Maine Anjou Bull. Your reserve champion going to Paxton Cattle with Lot 5. Congratulations again, Peterson Brothers Cattle with your grand champion, Maine Anjou Bull.
Four bulls here to start off with, I think, are very, very comparable from a performance and weight per day of age and quite a bit of uniformity in those particular cattle. So I think when you do get cattle that are kind of the same size, just sort the differences from a phenotypic standpoint. And there's one that, to me, in my mind, surfaces rather rapidly, and that's the bull down here on this end. I think he's just the most elite in terms of his look because of his front 1/3. He's just more up-headed. He's more relaxed in terms of his structure as he goes and on the move. He's more effectively fills his tracks at the same time as being more relaxed in terms of his top line. A bull in 2 that's really a big testicled individual, really a masculine designed bull that maybe just doesn't quite fill his tracks like our class winner, but I still just think so much good in terms of his design and balance. The bull in 3 here is a really attractively designed, long patterned individual. Probably doesn't have near the lower mass and 3rd to those front 2 bulls. Neither of the bulls, next 2 bulls going to. Like to just soften them up back into their forerib, back into their flank. Still plenty productive and plenty practical in their kind. Sound structured individuals who just like to soften them up and give them that uniqueness of that individual that win this class. Again, a really long patterned, high performing individual, just not near the look about his front 1/3, his head. Quite a bit plainer, he's quite a bit more base narrow as he leaves you. Again, one of those bulls we'd like to soften up to the center portion of his body, give him a little more practical build, a little easier doing look to him to get him any higher.
Here's your results of Class 8. First we'll go to Lot 4, J.J. Beeler. Second is to Lot 5, J.J. Beeler. Third is to Lot 7, J.J. Beeler. Fourth is to Lot 3, J.J. Beeler. And fifth to Lot 6, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms. Ready to make the selection of your spring bull calf champion? Representing Class 6 will be Lot 14, September Farms. Class 7, Lot 13, Steinkruger Farms. And Lot 11, Riddle Cattle Company. And in Lot 8, it'll be Class 8, Lot 4, J.J. Beeler, and also Lot 5, J.J. Beeler. Again, the selection now of your spring bull calf champion.
This will easily be one of the harder decisions, I think, in just terms of bulls that are really, really alike in terms of their type and kind. And I guess I'm referring to the two bulls out of Class 2 and 3, I think are February and January bulls. The February bull there is just so massive in terms of his center body width and dimension. That bull's got an immense amount of product and they're just red meat laid on the top side of his skeleton, and as he leaves you with so much power and authority, bull is just so practical in his build. Yet done all that, and still I love the way he looks here from the profile and mashes down on the scales quite well from a performance standpoint. I think the bull that's really, really put together awful well is January that comes out of this class. He's so long and sleek, and from his neck to his shoulder to his forerib, bull that's just so smooth patterned, and I love cattle that are built like that because usually they're built for the long haul, just in terms of longevity, durability, soundness, and structure. But really big testicle individual. Probably doesn't have near the capacity, near the just sheer overall product as the bull that's coming at me. He's going to be your champion. I'm going to come back and use the Lot 4 bull as your reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your spring bull calf champion is Lot 13, comes out of Class 7, Steinkruger Farms. And your reserve spring bull calf champion is Lot 4, that comes out of Class 8, J.J. Beeler. We have one in Class 9. This will be lot number 2, September Farms, December 9th of 2018. Again, Class 9 is about to enter the ring. Really practical individual here the young lady's brought out to us. A super long spine, really, really extended. Love the squareness out of his hip and off of his hind leg. Again, one of those bulls that I think's built with lots of longevity. And again, he's really, really fresh in his condition. Appreciate that about him. A bull that's not going to get shocked when he goes out to see some cows here in the next 60, 90 days. But a really practical individual. Congratulations. Congratulations out of Class 9, Lot 2, September Farms. We have one more class before we make the selection of our senior bull calf. In Class 10, this is lot number 1, September Farms, September 18th, 2018.
Well, on our north side of the ring here, we're going to go ahead and get our Chianina show underway. We'll have our Chianina heifers come on into the show ring. And again, want to remind you, lots of events and activities yet here this afternoon at the Classic. 5 o'clock will be our Aspiring Young Cattlemen show. And immediately following that, right at 5, Coon Knight's got some great prime rib sandwiches they're going to serve up. So guys, make sure and hang around here at the Classic. We got lots of events.
Another single entry in here, lot 1 to conclude our Gelby show. Again, really long, really level, really sound, up-headed individual. Probably not near the mass and center body and just overall performance, weight per day of age is the bull we saw in the last class. But again, a really, really functionally built, practical kind of a bull here to go out and breed some cows. So again, we'll have him in comparison with our other one just momentarily.
And congratulations out of Class 10, Lot 1, September Farms, bringing them both in now for the Senior Bull Calf Champion. We'll have Lot 2 and Lot 1 both being shown by September Farms.
In your senior champion division here, this the collision of your Gelby show, these two herd bulls, I think, resemble each other, yet I think the subtle differences lean to the bull that Lot 2 here is going to be your champion. Lot 1 reserve, again, as you just view these cattle here from the profile, bull that's definitely deeper in his center portion of his body, probably a little more dimension to him as you get in behind him. Love his structure and love his balance. Again, congratulations. Lot 2 will be your champion. Lot 1 will be your reserve.
Our Chianina heifer side. I'll talk about these two females. There are only two, and so they'll be champion and a reserve. I think they both certainly have some future to them. The one that stands out front right now, and I haven't placed them, but really extended her top line and back through her hip. You certainly see a lot of length of spine, a lot of length back from the hook to pin area. One that's very level in her underline from forerib back into her flank, and not the deepest bodied one that we've seen today, but I think everything will come together really nice with this female. Her bone fits her body incredibly well. Her foot shape and type is good, and so she doesn't perhaps give us the symmetry, or I would say the balance from forward to center to rear as the one that's right behind her, but her practicality is really good. The highly presented one that's right behind her, she is probably a bolder forerib heifer. She's a little deeper in her body in relation to her skeletal size. She's a little more consistent down her top line and back out through her hip. Her rear leg structure is attractive, but I think yet functional. She wants to be just a tick pushed forward up in the angulation of her shoulder and out into her knee, but she'll stay fine in that area. But that's why if I was comparing those two and deciding which one I wanted to buy, perhaps for a show heifer project, I think you get advantages with both of them for sure. But I need to pick a champion. It's going to be this one that stands in second right now. This female will be champion. The young man behind will be reserve. So two nice females heading to the sale.
In the ring now is your selection of your champion Gelby bull, representing the Spring Bull Calf Champion is Lot 13, that is Stein Kruger Farms, and your reserve Spring Bull Champion was Lot 4, and that came from J.J. Beeler. And the Senior Bull Calf Champion and the reserve were from September Farms. First was a Lot 2, and the second was Lot 1.
And congratulations to our grand champion Q female going to Lot 4 KQM Show Cattle, your reserve champion Lot 5X HHH Show Cattle. Again, congratulations to KQM Show Cattle, your grand champion.
Here, the selection of your champion and reserve Gelby bull has been an incredible lineup. I think that calf division was really, really deep with bulls. There was some second places to each of these cattle here that were awful good, and sure somebody ought to pay some close attention to look for a buy, or again, we don't know the genetic values of these cattle. But again, sorting the cattle for what they are here today. It's been a really, really good show. I don't think it's any secret in my mind to keep the two calves together. These two bulls come out of a really, really tough division. They're both really extravagant cattle that I think offer lots of good pieces to the Gelby breed going forward. Congratulations to those two gentlemen on your champion and reserve Gelby bull.
We now move into our only class, Class 2 of Key Bulls. This class features Lot 2 KQM Show Cattle with their February 2019 bull, and Lot 1 EMS Enterprises with their April 2018 bull. Again, this is a single class, Class 2 of Key Bulls.
Again, our congratulations to the champion Galvey Bull was shown at Lot 13, Steinkruger Farms, and your reserve champion Galvey Bull is Lot 4, John C. Oswald and Sons Farms. Don't forget that the bulls will sale tomorrow at noon, heifers will sell Friday at noon, and there is that $5,300 prize opportunity for the heifers in the Galvey. You just got to go visit the breeders for more information. I stand corrected. Lot 4 is J.J. Beeler.
Well, I think an interesting pair of key bulls here, and as I've said all day, and it's just reality of what I see. In every situation, there's uniqueness of cattle that can provide you value. I'll talk about these two bulls. In my mind, I don't have pretty perfect in my mind which one of these two make the most sense to be your champion and to send on to Supreme Row. The one that stands out front here, the 19 bull, his advantages, I think, are top line. He's certainly more attractive down his top line and back out through his hip than the one that's right behind him. I think they're relatively similar as far as depth of body and in relation to their skeletal size. This bull here turns out plenty up front and a little more restricted off rear too, but he's sound enough and he's going to be a good herd bull. A matter of what the combination is of his extra advantage and look and balance versus, just what it's like at the surface. So this long-sided fall bull here, he doesn't give us the crisp look from his top line perspective, maybe up through his front end, but he is a good bone and a good footed one that gets out and moves real nice. I think he's got enough depth of body. He comes down and meets the surface better out of his front end. He's a little more flexible off his rear end. And I think if you get back and evaluate these cattle from just sheer muscle shape, I don't know as if you see a tremendous difference between the two. And so you get to make the decision at the end of the day on Friday which one of these perhaps would be most intriguing to you and which one could make the most difference in your herd. But I'm going to use, as I've said throughout the day, I'm going to start at the surface and try to keep these cattle as functional as possible. I think the one that meets the surface better and more accurately is this one here. So he'll be champion. Congratulations, and you'll be reserved. Good luck with the sale.
Congratulations to EMS Enterprises Lot 1. That's your grand champion key bull for the 2020 Cattlmens Classic. Your reserve champion going to KQM Show Cattle with Lot 2. Again, congratulations, EMS Enterprises Lot 1, your grand champion bull.
And as we have finished up the shows on the south side of the ring, want to remind folks of the Pen of 5 heifers sale that'll take place at 6:30 tomorrow. You can observe those heifers outside or go over to the Purina booth and watch the video of them. And the AYC show will be tonight at 5 o'clock. Also, a big thank you to our judge on the south side, John McCurry from Burton, Kansas. Of course, want to thank Kathy and Jeff for all your hard work and Southeast Community College as well.
Welcome back to the North Ring. We're going to get into our final show here of the day, our 2020 AOB show. It'll feature 2 heifers and 2 bulls. We'll start with that heifer show. We are going to bring both classes in at the same time. From Class 1, it's Lot 2 tags show cattle with their April 2019 heifer. And Class 2 features Lot 1 Benish Cattle Company with their May 2018 heifer. Again, showing both classes together here in the North Ring for our final show, AOB 2020.
Just a reminder to all our consigners, we will have the AYC show at 5 o'clock in the show ring. So make sure to join us for that show at 5 o'clock for the AYC females. Also during that, we'll have the Coon Night Supper out here on the north side of the show ring.
Well, how about this, folks? Our last heifer class of the day over here. And this is about as fun a pair as I've looked at today. I think these are probably both composite Shars, and we play around a little bit in the Charolais business at home, and it's been awful good to us the last 3 or 4 years. And so it's fun to take a look at these 2 cattle. I'll describe them. The fun part is if you're alongside the ring looking for a show heifer, you've got the option here. If you're looking for a future brood cow prospect or donor or whatever it may be, you've got that option there. But the calf does a lot of things really well, and they wanted to bring these in together, and I'm glad they did instead of 2 single classes. Her depth of body, her rear leg structure, her top design are all really, really nice. The width through the center portion of her body all the way back to her stifle is impressive as well. Maybe not quite as long-necked comparatively to the length and height of her skeletal stage today, as I compare her to the one that's right behind her. But that's a good animal, certainly with a lot of future. The bred female here that I think is a month or so away from calving, she does a lot of things incredibly well. She stayed fresh in her design. She's really nice-headed, and her neck comes into her shoulder, out the top and into the middle part of her shoulder really well. Comes down to a flexible top line, an attractive enough hip and tail head set. Her rear leg structure is good and attractive and functional as she gets out. I get in there and take a look at her teat design and placement. I think they're going to be right in terms of refinement and right in terms of placement. So I guess if I was looking for a quick coupon in terms of having a calf soon and generating some revenue, that's a nice opportunity for you. So I think this one's awful good. She'll be your champion. This calf will be reserved. Bid often on both of these. Are good cattle.
Congratulations to our champion AOB female, Lot 2, Tags Show Cattle with that April 2019 heifer. And then our reserve champion going to Lot 1, Benish Cattle Company with that May 2018 heifer. Excuse me, I had them flipped around. Your grand champion, AOB female, Benish Cattle Company, Lot 1, with that May 2018 heifer. Your reserve champion, Lot 2, Tags Show Cattle. Congratulations again, your grand champion, AOB female, Lot 1, Benish Cattle Company. We'll round out our shows today here with our final class, Class 3 of AOB Bulls. This features Lot 4X, Bremer Livestock, with an April 2019 bull, and Lot 3X, Bracker Livestock, with a February 2019 bull. Again, this is our final class and show of the day, our AOB Bulls.
Well, it's been really enjoyable today. I had plenty of things to do back home, to be honest with you, and I was thinking about that at midnight driving in here. But it's just been fun. It's been good cattle. It's a good environment and good people to work around. And for me, I love Nebraska and I love the people in it and what they stand for from a cattle business perspective. And so all that's been really enjoyable. We get ready to pick your final bull here, and just say, those of you that are still listening, that my comments today are about a third of the equation. I think there's another third about how these cattle are genetically built that I'm, not aware of, and what you're looking for with that. I still believe a third of it is who you want to do business with. There's plenty of good cattle in this country and plenty of good genetics, but whether you're developing your young people for a passion within this business, or you're trying to build a cow herd, the right partnership can be all the difference in the world, from enjoyable and successful and profitable and not. And so I encourage you to think that way when you can. We cut these two bulls different. Big top, big ended one, barrel chested one here that comes out in the April bull. Very long sided in relation to his skeletal size. Maybe not quite as well balanced, maybe not quite as flexible, but he does a lot of things well in terms of just sheer shape. The one that's right behind him, a little more balance in him, a little more up-headed, top's good, got enough shape in his middle, a little more refined in his bone work comparison to the top two-thirds of his body. But again, as John talked about that earlier, that's not always a bad thing. And I think his movement, his profile, his balance are all really, really nice in one combination. So this will be your final champion of the day. So congratulations, and congratulations to you for reserve. I'm executive advisor, so I have the ag side of the business, and I've got construction.
Congratulations to your grand champion AOB bull, going to Bracker Livestock with that February 2019 bull. Your reserve grand champion going to Bremer Livestock, Lot 4X, with their April 2019 bull. Again, congratulations, Lot 3X, Bracker Livestock, your grand champion AOB bull.
If we can get all of our FFA students to gather in the stands in front of the block, we're going to present our FFA awards. So all of the FFA students that are left, please gather in front of the block. Again, a couple events yet here at the Classic today. Make sure you stick around at 5 o'clock. We're going to do our AYC Heifer Show. And Coon Knight is serving up some prime rib sandwiches here at 5 o'clock. So